Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
No, I'm not Peyton Ansley John Milton. I'm the agent authorized to represent Peyton Ansley John Milton as written in all capital letters.
Thank you. And as to Mr. Milton, is there a competency concern, or is this
I am not represented by anybody besides myself. In my sovereign capacity, appreciate you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have an opportunity to speak to him. I read him the reports.
Who is him?
Don't interrupt.
I read him.
You just sit quietly.
Thank you.
I read him the report so that he will understand the charges against him. He didn't wish to hear anything more about his rights, and he does not wish to be represented.
No, I do not wish to be represented by anyone. I'm here in my sovereign capacity. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you so much for being here. Let's turn that down just a wee bit. As you can see, the battery is slowly dying. We're down to 20%. So sometime during this live stream, we're going to be off the air just from that camera angle. And no, my shirt doesn't have a rip in it. This is another one with those vents. Looks really cool. It feels so nice in the back. Oh, so nice. Just like air conditioner. It's like walking around with your own personal air conditioner on your back. Breeze blows and you're like, that's cool. That is wonderful. Is the live stream getting out there? Are we on the air? I think we are. YouTube is acting a little funny, but it looks to be working. Either way, Lee's the one. If it's not working, Lee's the one to call because of it. Lee, first in chat. One of our great supporters, part of a different dynamic duo, and a fellow photographer as well. Lee, congratulations being first in chat today. You win the internet, my friend. You have done it before. You can do it again. We will add this to your permanent record. Thank you. How long will this trial be? Maggie, we're almost done. We're getting so close. Let's see. We are, today is Monday. Tomorrow is closing arguments. That's what we're expecting. Judge is supposed to start at 1:30, which is, I think, right now. I hope right now. It looks like she's just gone live. Let's see. Let's take this camera. See what we got. Any sound? Ooh, sound right there. No sound yet, but we'll get it. So the trial's supposed to be another day or so, and today they should pretty much end. Oh, hang on. I just saw that tie. Look at this tie the fence is wearing. I'm sorry.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
I know. I'm missing the forest for the tie. Check this out. Where's Stephanie Boyd?
There's a lawsuit.
Okay, we're going to zoom in on this. Now, where are we? Whoa. This is like hypnotic. Were we on 6, 7? I'm not sure what's going on here, but it seems, there we go, 6, I think. Come on. Well, the tie's moved.
Alex stole it.
I was going to zoom in on the tie, and now it's gone. So, play again. Current.
I'm not a cat.
Look at that tie. Wow. It almost makes you think your eyes feel like they're blurry or something. It looks pretty cool. It's unique, that's for sure.
Scratch all that.
Judge doesn't want us looking at the tie, apparently. I'm sorry, Your Honor. It did definitely catch my attention. All right, so that's how long the trial is going to be. Let's see, we've got, it is showtime. I started a little early to make up for the fact that I started late this morning. If she plans for it to be over tomorrow because she's telling everyone that she didn't reach a plea today, would be back Wednesday for... I think she plans it to be over tomorrow because she's telling everyone that didn't reach a plea today, they would be back Wednesday for jury trial. Ooh. Ivan's cooking for everybody, just so you know. Food's at his house in just a few minutes. Should be ready.
A weapon when you have mental health issues. My understanding is that you are in Texas.
If you look at the government, in terms
I'm going to crank this up so I can hear this.
License, the same thing, because once rules change, then people can carry weapons in a way that you either the license can.
Okay, so how is this? Because opening statements are statements, they're not evidence. So what specifically are you requesting?
So, my position is that if the state has facts that discuss or ask those questions, of the family, and have some notice of those somebody at the community, then they have a duty to let me know.
I can't tell what he's saying.
I feel at this point that I don't have a hospitalization record yet because these drugs come from the mental health insurance, but it's just that this person was actually hospitalized.
All right, and when were these records subpoenaed?
These records were subpoenaed, say maybe 3 weeks.
No, I mean, what's the exact date these records were subpoenaed?
Show me the papers.
Copies.
Okay, so defense is making some arguments, has something to do with their statements, opening statements and defense's opening statements. The judge isn't quite clear on what they're asking for. I need to zoom in on the judge's glasses. She's going to kill me for this, but hey. I want to see what she's looking at. Is she shopping for purses? Is that? I'm asking for a friend. Is she shopping for purses? Can you see that in there? I do see that the judge has 2 vases of flowers today. I've never seen with a double vase. It almost makes you feel like she needs a second purse as well. But that's where she's at. Welcome to Texas. Yes. Do you have right when she turned the audio on, it sounded like, do you have mental issues? Well, welcome to Texas or something. It was a weird saying. We are almost done with Judge Boyd. I think they're going to both sides should rest today, and then closing statements tomorrow. Got here in time for purse shopping, says Ritz. Yay! Greeners.
Okay. What? Okay.
I don't think we will. Bexar County, Texas is wide open. Wide open. Probably the most open courtroom in the nation that I've found. Yes. While they're talking about stuff that we can't really hear, just because the audio is poor, let me show you the latest toy I've picked up right here, which it's tiny. It's tiny. Okay. It's this big.
So this trial is proceeding.
And that's fine.
SDI on one side, HDMI on the other, bi-directional. You just plug it in and it works. And this saved my bacon yesterday at a gig. It's the best $80 I've ever spent. Useful. Okay. Anyway.
If they have reason to believe didn't do it.
3 vases. She has 3 vases.
Oh
my goodness. Does she have like a secret admirer or something?
Say
It's in front of everything that's in our possession now. In fact, I think the only way that Mr. Cox would find the information that he has found already is through portions that the state has in the record that has been disclosed to Mr. Cox. So the state's position is everything that we have in our possession, in the state's possession, has been turned over to defense counsel and his team.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else? Anything else, Mr. Cox? All right. Well, is the jury here?
No, Your Honor. One that is just
okay.
Jury's not here yet. This is every single day the jurors have been late. Generally, it has to do with parking.
So just, just one more thing, since a jury's not here. So based on what I say, and I know bring the jury. Based on what the information
if you want to bring somebody over to say that the complainant was previously committed in the state hospital, and if it's determined that in Texas, once you've committed to the state hospital, you're not allowed to legally carry a firearm, you're more than welcome to do that.
So at this point, there's move based on information. If granting this other position that the records, the over 500 pages, they're still incomplete because there may have been, I think, at least state hospital, those type of entities that had actually seen and actually the complainant may have actually been hospitalized for an extended period of time. And so I
think you just exceeded the legal limit of how many times you can put the word actually in one sentence.
Then I would ask for additional time for continuing to develop those issues.
All right, with regards to the continuance, that will be denied. With regards to the mistrial state, would you like to place anything on the record?
Mistrial?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't believe a mistrial is inappropriate in this case. One, state has, as I previously stated on the record, have turned over everything that the state's possession and have not violated Brady or the spirit of Brady.
All right. Mistrial is denied. The state has already informed both parties. Mr. Cox, if you want to subpoena somebody from the Center for Healthcare Services to state when the complainant was at the mental health facility or when he was committed to the mental health facility, you're more than welcome, of course, to do that if it is determined that you are not allowed to legally possess or own a weapon if you've been committed to the state hospital.
That's fine.
Wow. So I guess there was a mistrial motion, which was just denied. Oh man, crazy. This is getting good. I think our defendant may be here. He's sitting just off camera, just a little ways off to the side, or unless they have like a spare person over there. Tammy says, I'm going to miss spending all my days with you. I've had the best 4 to 5 months and learned so much from so many of you. Super excited to start my job tomorrow. Tammy, we are so excited for you. And at the same time, we're very sad in our hearts. Tammy, it sounds like this is a huge development in your life. And I hope it's everything you want. I hope you get challenged in all the ways that you love to excel at achieving, and that you get rewarded even more than you're worth. So, best of all worlds. And then lots of days off to come visit us. Can get that as well. Just those 3 things and we'll be happy. Texas doesn't have spousal support. The defendant is accused of shooting the victim 15 plus times in the back and once in the head. This was at a bus stop in San Antonio. Yes. When this case started, it sounded like open and shut, just like, why are we even here? Why is anybody trying to litigate this case? Why are we going through these motions? It's so open and shut. And then the defense has very effectively chipped away at either witnesses or evidence that was trying to be admitted through witnesses. And I mean, I can't remember the last time the medical examiner's report, all the data from the medical examiner's report was not admitted into court, and it was ruled inadmissible. So we got the pictures instead. It's like flipping through an encyclopedia and just looking at the pictures and saying, well, I guess I learned it all. Hopefully that was enough to teach us. This defense attorney, I struggle with his style. His delivery style is painful. Mine is painful as well. Many of you have have experienced that as well. But it's hard to listen to, and his thought process takes a long time to develop. Do we have a new trial lined up? We're looking at a couple. There's one up in Washington, if we can get some facts and figures and stuff, that's, I think, in jury selection right now. But we need to make sure we have access to the video through different means. Let's see. Everyone's saying congrats to Tammy on the new job. It sounds wonderful. Texas does have spousal support. I'm not sure what that question was about, but now we have both sides presented in chat. I have my mug, but I was going to fill it with something other than water today, in protest of the fact that that Deer Park Water still has not sponsored the show, in spite of me repeatedly asking them to, and me purchasing all the water at the store. They still haven't sponsored the show, so I'm going to probably drink some Mountain Dew, because I had 2 sandwiches for lunch, and one of the sandwiches had turkey in it, and turkey has like tryptophan or something. I forget what it is. I've probably completely butchered that, but it's that chemical that just makes you fall asleep. It's why everyone after Thanksgiving dinner just settles down for a long nap. Yeah, that's because of the turkey. And I had 2 sandwiches, and one was turkey. And I'm thinking it might be night time if I don't have just a wee bit of the Mountain Dew. See any of the new documents of the Delphi case? It's crazy. Actually, I have not looked at those yet. I've heard there's a ton of stuff out there. Is Deer Park Nestle? No, it is proudly sourced in South Carolina, where the water is now polluted with F-35 debris. This is Blue Triton Brands Incorporated, a Connecticut company. Connecticut. Go figure. I eat ham at Thanksgiving. The food coma. It's real. It's going to happen. We've got a little bit of a break while the judge is waiting for one of the jurors. Again, I wonder if it's the same juror every time. So them are saying it's okay. He was murdered because he was carrying a gun after being in a mental hospital. I'm confused. I think when they talk about complainant, when the judge mentions complainant, she is talking about the victim, the decedent, the dead man. Regina says, my Deer Park bottle says proudly sourced in PA. I guess I'm closer to South Carolina because I get my water from them. I'm drinking that good old South Carolina Kool-Aid. Tammy says he'll be working. Oh, we've got a witness. And he brought his own water too. I wish we knew who he was. He's brought his sunglasses. He's setting up for the day. It's like his little home office right up here.
That's it.
All right, for the jury.
You have to wear OU scrubs, and I'm an OSU fan. Oh, no. Tammy, all your friends are going to take pictures of you and be like, traitor. It sounds like you're going to have a blast. And you never know. You might grow a little warm spot in your soul for OU.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
The state called Detective Brian Ray.
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Be sure to keep your voice up for members of the jury and the court reporter. If you'll state your name for the record and spell it, please.
I'm Detective Brian Ray. It's Brian with an I, B-R-I-A-N, and Ray is R-E-Y.
State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Ray, who do you work for currently?
I work for San Antonio Police Department in the Homicide Division.
And how long have you worked, well, let's just say, for SAPD in total?
I joined SAPD at the end of 2003. I hit the streets in 2004, and I've been a detective since 2011, and I've been up in homicide since 2017.
And did you have to go through certain training to become, well, one, a detective and one, just a police officer?
Yes, I've been doing law enforcement work since December of 1988 when I was in the military in the United States Air Force. The last 4 years of my 10-year tour, I did investigations when I was up in Alaska. Go through a security police academy, talks about the basics of patrol, police work, investigations. And that's what I did with investigations up in Alaska. I got out. I was in the reserves of the United States Air Force Office of Special Investigations, again, doing investigative work as a special agent for a couple of years. I got on with Colorado Springs Police in 2001. I was with them for 2 years, and I came down here in 2003. So I've been through multiple police academies and multiple courses of investigation, traffic, regular investigations, in with things like homicide, thefts, all that sort of stuff.
So I think you testified since 1988, you've been involved in law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
To some degree.
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and talk about why you're here today. On February 28, 2022, were you dispatched or called to a scene of a shooting?
Yes, sir. I believe it was about 11:30 in the afternoon. There was a call for a shooting in the 200 block of South St. Mary's, in which 2 males were arguing and 1 male was shot.
And did you actually arrive at that scene?
Yes, sir. I made that scene. Multiple detectives came with me. We all arrived at several times, but they were able to do other investigative needs while I focused, because I was the lead detective on that case.
And can you describe to the jury, you said lead detective, what does that mean and what does that entail?
Well, as the lead detective, I'm responsible for the overall investigation, ensuring what sort of evidence needs to be collected, wherever the case might go. Following that, making sure witnesses are identified, or other people who might be involved identified. Things such as obtaining video, obtaining statements, reviewing evidence, sending it to the crime lab. Everything you might see on TV, except for the time frame, is pretty much what we do.
And so for the investigation, for this purposes, when you arrived at that scene, can you describe to the jury the scene when you arrived?
Okay, when I arrived in 200 block of South St. Mary's in front of the International Building, right at the Riverwalk area, the scene was secure. There were multiple officers already on scene. Some had secured witnesses, keeping them separated. I observed a bunch of evidence on the ground. There was 16 shell casings. There was blood from the individual who had been shot. The defendant, Mr. Harris, was still on scene. He had been detained by officers. Other sorts of evidence were out there. And the big thing, I was advised that this happened at a VIA bus stop. And we do know through my time here at Homicide that VIA buses have like 12 to, I believe, maybe up to 16 cameras on the bus. So I thought that might be evidence we need to obtain. There were city cameras that were available, so I checked to see if those had any sort of video that might help with the investigation.
So quite a bit of stuff is moving around in your investigation early on.
Yeah, very rapid pace, yes.
And so, as you stated, that you spoke with the person that was detained by the officers that day?
Yes, sir.
As the shooter?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State Exhibit number 7. You recognize that?
Yes, that is Mr. Joseph Harris.
And is that the individual?
Just one moment. Yes.
Does he recognize? He didn't say who he was. So I'll object.
And what's the objection?
In terms of the improper answers to reply to the question.
All right, sustained.
Do you know who is in State Exhibit number 7?
Yes.
Who is that? Objection. If he's going to identify the person in terms of name, I think the proper predicate needs to be laid, Judge.
All right, you want to lay the foundation of how he knows?
Were you able to identify this individual?
Yes.
And how were you able to identify this individual?
This is an individual who was detained on scene by officers. The clothing that he's wearing did not change that day. And when he was brought to police headquarters, multiple times he'd already provided his name, identifying information like date of birth, where he lived,
Objection.
phone number.
Based on hearsay, Judge.
Overruled.
And what did you state his name was?
Objection. I renew my objection for the foundation.
It's a
Who did
statement
he
from the
say?
defendant.
Now he's speaking about somebody in particular. Still haven't laid the foundation for it.
All right, overruled.
You can answer the question.
Okay. He identified himself as Joseph Dale Harris.
Okay. And that's this individual, that's State Exhibit number 7. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you also identify a person that was the complainant in this case?
Yes.
And have you look at state exhibit number 75? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And do you know who that is in that photo?
Yes.
And how did you go about identifying that individual in that photo?
I believe we had a name by the time I got back to the office who it might be, and then the Bexar County Medical Examiner had positively identified this individual via fingerprint.
That's hearsay too, with the medical, how they did it, or what the medical examiner.
That one's gonna be sustained. Yeah.
And did you talk to this individual's family?
Yes, I talked to a next of kin, his aunt.
And did they also identify who this was?
Yes.
And is this number that's listed on state exhibit number 75, it's the Bexar County Medical Examiner number?
Yes.
And it's 2022-0556?
Yes.
And that's associated with this individual that's the alleged complainant in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And do you see Mr. Joseph Dale Harris in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you please just point him out and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's sitting on the far end of the defendant's table in the dark suit and blue tie.
Thank you. Please let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant named in this case. Now, through your investigation, I believe you stated earlier, in general, in any type of case like this, you identify witnesses that may be of importance.
Yes, sir.
And did you identify witnesses that may be important in this case?
Yes, sir.
Did you identify any, well, let me ask you, what witnesses did you identify in this particular case?
There were a number of witnesses on my prosecution guide. I believe maybe 11 or 14. I'd have to look at my prosecution guide to get them by name.
Do you have a copy of your prosecution
Yes,
guide?
sir.
Okay, if this please, you can refresh your memory by it. Please just don't read it correctly from it.
Do you want all the witnesses' names?
Please.
Okay. Witness number 1 was identified as William Fowler. Witness number 2 is Jason Lexion. Witness number 3 is No Rodriguez. Witness number 4 is Caden Marty. Witness number 5 is Michael McDowell. Witness number 6 is Terry Nessler. Witness number 7 is Raymond Norton. Witness number 8 is Ruben Vaquera. Witness number 9 is Gonzalo Salinas. Witness number 10 is Michael Urbis. Witness number 11 is Humberto Colon III. Witness number 12 is Julio Zamora. Witness number 13 is Tina Gilson. Witness number 14 is Delia Casillas. And then there's one other person who's not listed as a witness.
And so that's numerous witnesses. Are there other witnesses involved in this type of case other than, I guess, what we would call lay witnesses?
I don't understand.
Are there officers also involved?
Yes, plenty of officers. I believe 61 were dispatched on this case, but there's also folks, Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office, the medical investigator, support personnel from VIA. So I got the video from the bus video, things along those lines.
And were you able to review the statements by each of these witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And was that in combination with other evidence? That's how you investigate a case?
Yes. I took the physical evidence that we find on scene, people we might talk to on scene. A number of these witnesses I mentioned were taken back to the homicide offices. They were interviewed either by myself or other detectives. Some provided video statements, some provided written statements. And that first day on the 28th of February last year, I have to compile all that information, look at all that, and then go over it with the detectives who made those interviews, go over with my supervisor and what we call the brass upstairs, and make sure that we're all on the same page as far as where this investigation is headed.
And so with all this information, you mentioned earlier in your testimony about a VIA bus video, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what did that video capture?
Yeah, the video captured the entirety of the shooting. It was pulling up. On the video, you would see that there was a confrontation, verbal confrontation between Mr. Harris and Mr. Orozco. And as the bus pulls to the bus stop, it's there long enough to where the confrontation seems to be ending. Mr. Orozco's walking away, and then Mr. Harris starts shooting.
Judge, in terms of the witness in the narrative.
All right, that'll be sustained. Could I have parties approach?
Wow. A couple wins on the objections, a couple losses on the objections. We're live, so we cannot fast forward anymore. I'm working on a custom emoji for spicy. Is that the one you wanted? Spicy? I think I've got one here. Let's see if this one works. All right. So if you refresh your page, I think there's a spicy emoji. F-35 update. The plane is still lost, and apparently the plane has such advanced stealth capabilities that no one can image it on radar. Oh, my goodness. You can't make this stuff up. U.S. government loses an F-35 plane. Pilot ejects. Plane still flies. Plane still flies on autopilot. Where it lands, nobody knows. The technology on board is so good that we don't know where it went either. So they're going to draw a big circle in the map. Oh, the jury's leaving. Jury's leaving. They're going to draw a big circle on the map from where the pilot objected. Get the best guess of how far it could possibly fly. And get some high resolution imagery and put the biggest brains and the smartest computers to work and see if we can find the wreckage from an F-35 before somebody who shouldn't find it finds it. Kimby, yes, it's been a crazy week. We hit 30 and 40K within a 7-day period. So it was a little crazy. Is the pilot alive? I think the pilot ejected safely. That was down near Charleston, South Carolina. It could be in my neck of the woods. I'll go check the fields nearby. Maybe it'll give me an excuse to go metal detecting. See if I can find a jet, an $80 million jet. The camera is losing power fast. We're down to 8%. We're going quickly. Let's see. Pilot's alive, but in the hospital. Oh, I didn't know he was injured. I would not have made fun of that if I'd known he was injured. What a waste. All it needed was an air tag. Seriously, a $25 item could have saved this hassle. What's the perimeter on that plane? I don't know. I think what they've got like an 1,100 mile range or something like that. But I don't know where it took off from and how much fuel it had and how heavy it was, what it was loaded with. Is your metal detector sensitive to detect a jet? I imagine if I got close enough, I could find it. Probably wouldn't need the detector if I got close enough to detect it with the detector. No perimeters. They need a perimeter. All right. Right. The F-35 had a premature ejection. That's what happened. The pilot was ejected prematurely. I see where you're going there, my dog. AirTag would only work when it flies near someone with an iPhone. There was another plane with it, but it pulled away from it for some reason. And now the jury's back.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Detective. The via, I believe we were discussing the via video.
Correct.
There's portions that you viewed through the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you viewed, this video has several different angles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And several different cameras.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a video. State exhibit number 71.
Today is National Burger Day, if you want to participate in celebration.
All right. I'm going to show you what's list over here is camera angle and camera 02. I'm going to try to go ahead and fast forward it. To
let me see what I can find.
11/23/54.
We're not going to be able to see this footage. We're not able to see any of the displays in this particular trial.
And as you can see on this video, the cross street here is listed as Market. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this the scene up in front where this shooting happened?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to pause it there. Do you see the individual that you identified as Joseph Harris?
Yes.
My objection at this point, Judge, is that this witness, and I can take him on by God, he wasn't present during any shooting. So one thing he can testify is to what he sees. And I don't, excuse me, I object to his interpretation of what the videos displays.
All right.
I think that comes in on his own, and I don't think which witness has the ability to either bolster what is in the video.
All right. With regards to this is State's Exhibit number 71?
That is correct, Your
All right. With regards to State's Exhibit number 1, if the witness is able to view the video and testify if the parties that he see are identifiable from his investigation, he may do so. If not, then he cannot.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
And again, Secretary, through your investigation of viewing this video and other materials, are you able to identify the individual that was charged in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I object, and could I take the witness on by God? Just briefly.
Yes.
Officer, on that.
This is crazy.
That picture. Can you actually see anybody on that particular view?
I see several people in that view.
Can you distinguish who's who?
Yes.
From that view at that distance?
Yes.
Could I approach you?
All right. He's already answered the question, counsel.
That was a no,
right,
you can't
State.
approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's finally had enough. He's like, well, I don't like the answer he gave.
Sorry, getting a little. Were you able to identify the individual that was charged in this case?
Yes.
And you see that individual in this still of a video. Do you also identify, or can you identify the complainant in this case, Mr. Isaiah Orozco?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to ask you to point out on your screen.
Would you like me to do it up there?
Well, it's sort of tough because I don't think this is operating like it should.
Okay.
Can you point out on your screen the individual that was charged in this case?
Okay. Mr. Harris is standing right back here,
Mhm.
further away from the bus. Can you see that? This is Mr. Harris,
Mhm.
and then this is Mr. Orozco.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and
You want to check the last two emojis, the
Use
grasping
the
at
pointer
straws? Does that, can you
on
even
the
see what it
screen
is?
here where the arrow is. You pointed to this individual as Mr. Harris.
Correct.
And this individual here as Mr. Orozco.
Correct.
I'm going to go ahead and keep on playing. And now it seems.
I do think defense challenged the witness to a cage match, if I remember correctly.
This video. When the bus is approaching, do you recall where Mr. Harris was at?
Mr. Harris said is closer to the actual bus stop area, further away from the bus's approach, whereas Mr. Orozco is further away from the bus stop area, and is like the first one you would say is like seen on the video as the bus approaches.
And was Mr. Harris at the beginning of this video, was he, well, where was he at? Like, he's at the bus stop, but was he standing or was he sitting?
Right. He's standing up and having the verbal interaction with Mr. Orozco.
Mr. Orozco, okay. Now I'm going to go back to the multi-camera function
This would be cool to see, but unfortunately we don't get to. So just use your imaginations here.
Now, we just watched what was camera 08
Yes, sir.
with the audio portion there.
Yes.
You stated in earlier testimony you were able to interview the individual charged in this case, Mr. Harris.
Correct.
And at the time of that interview, did you have possession of this video?
No.
At the time of the interview,
He's just off camera.
was Mr. Harris at the headquarters with you?
Yes, sir.
With the picture that I showed you earlier of Mr. Harris, was that a photo from that room?
Correct.
And that matches what he was wearing that day out on the street?
Correct.
When you interviewed Mr. Harris, does what he state in his interview match the video?
It does not.
Objection, Judge. At this point, the state hasn't established any predicate for the officer to give any indication to what was said based on the
Sustained.
She doesn't even finish the objection. She's like, yep, you're right.
Detective Ray, I'm going to show you what's been marked State Exhibit number 119. It's an envelope that's containing a disc. Are you able to identify that disc?
Yes.
And how are you able to identify it?
It's a dish you showed me the other day. It has my initials and badge number on it.
What does that disc contain on it?
My interview with Mr. Harris at police headquarters.
And does it fairly and accurately represent that interview that day?
Yes.
Thanks. And Your Honor, the state would ask to move into evidence State Exhibit number 119, at least the portion.
Can we approach it?
Yes.
Oh man, this is good. Just approach. This judge is very patient. Okay, I'm going to make a new grasping at straws picture because I don't like the old one. Here we go.
And I'm going to bring you all back in at 2:30.
There goes the jury again.
Remember my previous instructions. All right, everyone,
man.
please rise for the jury.
Okay, I'm updating the grasping at straws picture right now. It's going to take just a second. This is
all right, everyone, please be seated.
This is nuts.
All right, defense is requesting a hearing on the defendant's statement.
Yes, Ron.
All right, state.
Would you like me to just go ahead and lay the predicate here?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, on State Exhibit number 119, are you in the video?
Depending on the angle, yes.
And I
believe I am with this one, yes.
And then also, is Mr. Harris in that video?
Yes.
Were his rights read to him?
Yes.
And they were read to him. Did he acknowledge them?
Yes.
And did he then want to continue the interview?
Yes.
At any time, did he say he did not want to talk to you?
No.
At any time, did he say, I do not want to talk to you, I want a lawyer?
No.
So through the purposes of this interview, did he indicate that he was cooperative and wanted to talk to you?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would move to have State Exhibit number 119 entered into evidence for the case or for these limited purposes of this hearing outside the presence of the jury.
Defense, you have any questions?
Yes, Ron, if I may. Okay. Now, excuse me.
We can see the defendant again.
Did you, officer, detective, did you transport my client down to the police station?
Personally, I did not.
You did?
No.
Okay, no. Okay. Do you have any idea how long he was there before you had an opportunity to talk to him?
I'd have to look at the beginning of the video from the time he was put in the room until the time I first made contact with him.
Okay. Now you have your prosecution guide, correct?
Yes.
Would it be reflected in your prosecution guide?
It may well be.
Okay. Could you look at it,
Certainly.
view it, and see whether it's there anywhere?
Okay. It looks like at 12:27 hours, Mr. Harris was brought into the interview room, and about 10 minutes later, I entered the room, offered Mr. Harris a drink and a snack, had his handcuffs removed, and then he came back to the room about a minute later.
Okay.
And then 10 minutes after that, so at 12:48, I re-entered the room and began the interview.
Okay. So it's fair to say that when you first met him, he was in custody, correct?
He was detained at the scene, yes.
Well, he was handcuffed, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay. Was he free to leave?
He was detained.
Was he free to leave?
Not at that time, no. He was detained.
Now, it's fair to say he had been with other officers before.
Excuse me?
Is it fair to say that he had been transported to the police station by other officers? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you wouldn't be aware as to anything they may have said or not said to him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you first met with him. How long were you speaking with him before you started the process of going over his rights with him?
Well, I first met him on the scene and spoke to him there. He said he wanted to talk. I told him it would be best not to talk at the scene. It's much more comfortable to talk to him in our interview rooms. At which time, again, things like this is our SOP, where I handcuff them, make sure they can have a PR break, if they have something to eat or drink if they so choose, and then continue on with the interview.
Okay. So you meet with him at the headquarters or the police station, and then you at one point you go over his rights with him?
Yes.
Okay. When you go over his rights with him, are you using a card?
Yes.
Or okay, you're using a card.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but yes, we have a form that we read off.
Okay. And on that form, is that something that you ask him to sign or no?
No.
Okay. Just a form that you read off.
Yes.
Okay, you read the form in its entirety to him?
Yes.
Okay. And when you read it, do you read all of it and ask him to respond? Or as you read it, do you give him an opportunity to respond after you read, say, each sentence to him?
Okay. Well, let me back up. There's a little snippet at the top of the form. I generally do not read that because it does not deal with the Miranda rights. So I advise him of his Miranda rights, or whoever I'm providing those to. And at the end, it's like, do you understand your rights? And it's he answered yes or no, and he answered yes, and we continued on with the interview.
Okay.
But I do not ask them if they understand their rights or if they agree after each point of the Miranda warning.
Okay. So it's fair to say with the warnings or the paper that you're reading, there's several questions that you ask, correct? Or statements.
Well,
that you
questions
make.
or statements, yes, sir.
Okay. Several statements. And at the end of those statements, excuse me, you can actually technically pause and he can give an answer to a statement at a time, correct? Is that fair to say?
I don't understand your point.
If you read the statement, if say for instance, do you call the first statement that you read to him?
I'd really have to have the card in front of me to remember. I watched the video. I don't have one of those cards with me.
Okay, so you don't have the card?
I don't have the rights advisement card with me, no.
Okay. Now, the card that you read to him, to my client, does that card become a part of your case file?
No.
Okay. So you read the first question, you read all the questions, but you don't have the card. You don't remember exactly how you read it, what you read.
But I read what was on the card, if that's what you mean.
And do you ask questions to him as to whether he's under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, anything like that?
That's not part of the rights advisement card.
Okay. But I'm saying, did you ask him anything like that day?
No.
Okay. Did you ask him, say, for instance, how much sleep has he had in the last 24 hours, anything like that?
I don't recall if I asked that.
Okay. Did you ask him whether he
we need this grasping at straws emoji
on any prescription type medication or anything like that?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. And then after you ask the questions, do you ask him to acknowledge it by signing anything, or you're satisfied with a verbal response?
I'm very satisfied with a yes or a no.
Man.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, Judge.
All right. Any questions from the state?
No.
All right. The court will hear argument. Defense.
Okay. Opposition, Judge, is that in terms of the predicate for the omissions of any statements, opposition is that although you have a Miranda, but there's other things that you want to know whether the person is under the influence of anything, drug, alcohol, anything else, even if it's not illicit drugs, even prescription, or whether that person's been drinking, whether that person had enough sleep to make a waiver.
All right. So you're asking that the statement be suppressed?
Oh, yes. I'm seeing that.
She's helping him out.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be sure. All right. That will be denied.
Denied.
Deputy Laura, can you see if the jury is ready?
I just wanted to let the court be aware. I did disclose to defense counsel that I had on the state's own accord, we had redacted portions of the statement. One portion was section 1525.13 through 1525.42, which is muted because the defendant talks about prior criminal history. Mm-hmm. And then also time stamp 1305 to 131504, because the defendant talks about a previous time when he was charged where his gun was confiscated by the police, but then got the gun back. So we felt that might be a prior bad act. We took that out. And then also section or timestamp 1526.53 to 1529.15. There's a portion where the defendant speaks about having weed in his shoe, or like a blunt or something of that nature. We also redacted that portion. I did turn that over to Mr. Cox previous to trial, and I just wanted to make sure the record was clear that we did take.
All right. Any objections to those redactions?
No objections. Excuse me, Judge, to those redactions, but I still renew my objection.
All right. That will be overruled. And the jury is coming back at 2:30. So if anyone wants to take a quick restroom break, you can take a quick restroom break. But this jury
Okay.
will be seated in the box at 2:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just one more thing, Judge, and I don't know how, there was some indication on the video where it appears that my client may mention something about not having hollow points, bullets in the weapon.
Yeah, he states that he goes, thank goodness I didn't have the hollows and just had regular bullets. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, that's fine. You did a good job. I would like that part to be stricken, Judge.
Well, our hollow, and for what reason would that be stricken?
Well, I don't think it has any, I believe its prejudicial value outweigh any probative.
All right, that'll be overruled. And the court is doing a balancing test. The court is going to find that it's more probative than prejudicial. So everyone, the jury's going to be in this box at 2:30. So anyone who needs to take a break, you better do it quickly.
Oh my goodness.
All right, the rule vote, that means you can't discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys for the state or the defense.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll be back at 2:30.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. That'll be denied. Yep. Overruled. Nope. She's even helping him. She's like, look, let me finish your sentence for you. You're asking that this statement be stricken. You're asking this. Oh my goodness. The defense is struggling. I think when defense makes an objection that the judge can clearly see is right, even before he even finishes his objection or puts, forms it into words, she's like, sustained. That was an obvious one. I think she's frustrated as well with his style of speaking and the effect it's having on her court schedule, because it's dragging this court, further into the calendar than it needs to be. So she's trying to help him as much as possible along and sustaining everything that he can, but still. Let's see. You mean the part where he's admitting to the shooting and being thankful he didn't have the hollow points in should be stricken because it's too prejudicial? Oh, yes. I object, Your Honor, mistrial. Yes, it's prejudicial to my client. It makes him look bad. I want it stricken because it's bad for my case. Okay, so for those that are asking for a brief update, I'm gonna really condense this down. Mr. Harris, who sits on the far right hand of your screen when we're able to see what's on the screen, he sits all the way on the end of the defense table. He's accused of shooting and killing a man that he knew or had some sort of interaction with. There was a verbal altercation first that may have been started by the victim, based on some of the stories we've heard, and that there was some yelling, quit calling me, or something like that. The victim did pull out and display or brandish a firearm, and then the perpetrator, the defendant here, pulled a gun of his own, and then the victim put his gun away, turned around, and was walking away. And at that point, the defendant, according to the police, all this is according to the police, chased after him, firing 15 rounds or so, 14 into the back and 1 into the head. I don't know that there was one shot. The final shot was fired when the victim was on the ground, and it was a finishing type shot. It was a headshot. So the defendant then stays on the scene. The police are like a minute away. They get there just as quickly as possible. They immediately start saying, "Hey, who shot him?" And he's like, "I did. It was me. I'm over here at the bus stop. It was me." And so they take him into custody, take his gun, take him down to the station. He talks. He cooperates. They pick up all the shell casings. They get a whole bunch of witness names. They end up getting the video from the bus that was driving by that like caught this in like 4 or 5 different camera angles. And now here he is, the defendant in court, saying not guilty. So we don't know why, how they're gonna come about convincing the jury that he's not guilty at this point, because he seems to have admitted to it, and there seems to be a lot of evidence that puts him in that spot. Anyone else figure out her purse brand? I'm thinking old vintage Givenchy, probably around the 3,000. Doty has a $444 power bill. That is crazy. Here we go. 2 more minutes, the jury will be here. Hopefully your bathroom break was quick and you're all back here. I do definitely on the defense side. Every time he speaks, I do get the idea that I should probably get my bar license. I could do this. A wallet is where you keep your money and your credit cards. The wallet goes in your purse. So a purse is a wallet carrier. We call those pockets. I'm just kidding. Giving you a hard time. You're a good little miss. What about the questions about sleep, drugs, prescriptions? Makes me think the defense will follow those lines. In Texas, we'll have to look. You know, in Florida, it doesn't help. If you say, "Hey, I was drunk," that's not a defense. In Texas, is a defense to be intoxicated? I don't think I'd make a great judge. I'd be half my cases would be appealed because I'd literally throw my gavel at somebody, and they'll be like, "Okay, no, you can't do that." I'm like, "I know, because I'm running out of gavels." But sometimes I run out of patience. Okay, I think we've got the jury should be coming in here in the next 30 seconds. So I got a new camera holder as well over the weekend. I have this little clamp thing. It's a little gooseneck adapter for my camera. Well, the problem is the bottom, it just slides off. It just falls off sometimes like that. And you can't fix that. That's like broken. And the whole piece, it's like one piece, so I had to get a new one. And the new one is working well, but the camera has stopped working. It's gone black. Battery is dead. So I think I need to plug in. I've got an 80-watt power supply. That should give it plenty of oomph. So he's saying, if you appeal one more thing, this gal is going to cross the room, sir. Right, witnesses getting set. We're past 3:30. The way you say Givenchy. Givenchy. Is it all one word? It's like one syllable. Givenchy. That's still two syllables. Givenchy. Is it Givenchy instead of Give Inchy? Clearly, I've never shopped for one of these purses. Crusoe, good to have you here. Welcome. Lizzie, if you still got questions, let me know. I know I glazed over a lot of stuff. As you can probably tell, this trial has had a whole bunch of objections. Defense has a very slow delivery style, but has been very, very good at basically objecting to everything. It's almost like they took a master class in all the different details, the different ways a case can get thrown out of court. It's, like I'm not going to throw any specific lawyers under the bus, but sometimes DUI drivers, DUI defense lawyers tend to have this reputation for, picking apart the smallest thing. Like, did you calibrate the breathalyzer machine? All these little details that generally it's like it's not an issue, but it can be enough that it's like, hey, then the whole thing's thrown out of court. It seems to be that this guy is doing that with every bit of evidence. He's striking everything he possibly can, and it's working. He's got a couple big wins from that, and we'll see if it pays off in the long run. But it's hard because his client basically admitted to doing it. So now he has to get the client's statement thrown out of court somehow the day of trial. Okay, jury's back. We should have audio here in just a second. Yes, telling them they're live on the internet, being live streamed, also ends calls very quickly as well. 3 syllables. Givenchy. 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 Holy cow. Givenchy? It's not Givenchy? Defense Diaries posts a ton of documents on Twitter. That is awesome. It's wonderful for them to find those and share them with us. A lot of those documents, just so you know, a lot of those documents are not free. Oftentimes, these accounts, whether it's Defense Diaries or one of the other Document Hound accounts on Twitter or Facebook or Discord, if our very own As the Gavel Drops friends, they end up paying out of pocket to get some of those documents released and then sharing them with the world, which helps us. It's perfectly legal to do so, but it helps those people so that we don't have to individually all pay out of pocket to read the court documents. So if you see somebody online like Defense Diaries that's released, has got some breaking documents and you're appreciative of that, oftentimes they'll have like a little buy me a sandwich or buy me a coffee type funding options. If you're in a place to do that, it would be nice to throw a little thank you that way to them, because it, as we know from filling out our own FOIA requests, they're not always free. I wish they were. F-35 update, plane not found on Flight Radar 24, even though I updated to gold. You updated to gold just so you could see the plane. Jury's coming in. Judge is coming back. Javanji. Come on. You guys have like 6 different pronunciations now. Givenchy. I'm going to stick with Givenchy until you guys can agree on another one. Givenchy. Ivan, thank you. We love you right back. Thank you very much. Okay. May we begin now, Your Honor?
Yours asking to be admitted state exhibit number 119, which is the defendant's interview with this detective right now.
And your previous objections?
And I remove my previous objections, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, state's exhibit number 119 is admitted over objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. As previously before, Judge, with other items, the state has taken the liberty to copy this to our hard drive, which is an exact copy of state exhibit number 119. We would ask to be able to play it from that main computer rather than have to use the disk, if you allow.
Any objection?
No objection, with the same restrictions that we had on the
Yes. All right, thank you, counsel. All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Now, detective, state exhibit number 119, maybe I publish it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
State exhibit number 119, I'm going to start it at 3240 on the VLC media player.
The VLC media player. It's a courtroom favorite, VLC, that software. Plays just about any video format. It's not the most friendly, but it works. It's like an AK-47. It'll fire even when it's dirty. Might not be the smoothest thing, but it'll work.
You have right to remain silent. You do not have to make any statement or written to anyone. Any statement you make will be used in evidence against you in court of law or at your trial. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you before and during any questioning by police officers or attorneys representing the state. You may have your own lawyer present, or if you are unable to employ a lawyer, the court will appoint a lawyer for you free of charge now or at any other time. If you decide to talk with anyone you can, and you stop talking to them at any time you want. You have rights are continuing rights which can be urged by you at any stage of the proceeding. Do you understand your right? Okay. And so with that in mind, again, I would like for you to just tell me what happened today. You said he's walking away, or not walking away, but you said he walked by a couple times already. And do you recall who told you that?
The guy that was sitting next to me, the heavier set black guy, the witness.
Did he have a beard?
Yes.
Okay, I saw him.
So he was, man, dude walked by for a time. We just sitting there talking, and then I guess he started exchanging words. But you know what I'm saying? Don't sex my phone, don't call my phone or something. And he was like, "What are you talking about?" The other guy said, "I don't know." He said, "What are you talking about? I'm not calling your phone." And he said, "Yeah, you know what it is. You know it is." He picked up his third. That's when he started showing his stuff. That's all.
Is that anything?
Yeah. So the whole time he kept turning around. He's like, yeah, you know where it is. So I was trying to de-escalate the situation because I'm like, oh, this is not even working. So the last time he turned his shirt around, I had mine on me. Just came back with it like, hey, and I wasn't trying to kill him. You know, of course. I wasn't. And I'm glad he's alive.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, it's like they found my gun, if they had rounds in it, I wasn't trying to finish them off. I just wanted to de-escalate the situation. And, you know, like me, I have bad anxiety and all that stuff. So I could feel there was tension. I don't know what the tension was or whatever. It's mistaken identity. I don't know what it was. But even when I tried to walk up and approach him, he was like aggressive towards me. So I just left it alone because I don't know their history or I don't know anything else. I was just coming, I went to my friend's store downtown and I was coming back to the bus stop to go home. And that was the only reason I was down there.
I got your address, right?
Yes, sir. 130 from back there.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, so did you see this guy walk around 2 or 3 times?
I saw him.
You did?
The first time I didn't recognize him because he had a different jacket on. And then he came back again. And then I came, so I went to my store. The guy told me, he said, he's back 3 times. So then he came back.
What about it? At the store?
So the guy that was a beard, he told me that the guy had walked by 3 times. The store is right around the bus stop.
Okay.
So I came back out the store and I didn't recognize him the 4th time because he had put on a different jacket. He said, there you go again, there you go.
Did you kind of notice him then the first 3 times?
I noticed the
4th time we had on the different.
I noticed it the 2nd time.
Okay.
But when he told me, oh, he's been back twice since he left. That was kind of made me.
How long were you gone?
When the story came out. And then we even had moved from one bus stop to another one. And so he walked back this bus stop.
So he walked by you at a different bus stop?
Yeah, he started off on the one on Commerce and St. Mary's. So he was just like, I guess he kept coming back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, he walked by right on the one on Commerce Street, right before you get to St. Market in St. Mary's. Market in St. Mary's. The one right before you turn right.
Okay, so you're at the bus stop at Market in St. Mary's.
And then he came back again when the incident happened.
How many times did he pass by you at Market in St. Mary's?
Just once that I thought. Then he came back again when I came back on St. Mary's and on the other side where the incident happened at. So that's 2 different bus stops.
Right. So at the bus stop where this happened, he passed by you, that you were there, he passed by you twice. And he passed by you 2 more times while you were gone, according to the other guy who was sitting next to you.
And then he came back and for that last time.
So that was it. So 1, you saw him twice, that's 3, 2 more times, that's 5, so 6 times now.
Allegedly, how many times? Okay, allegedly. Yeah. But I know for a fact it was 4 times. Because it was over he could walk back and forth like that. You know what I'm saying?
Is that what he's doing? That's what he's doing. Is he walking back and forth? Is he just like circling the block?
I want to say he's looking for something, for drugs or something. You know?
I think he's waiting on the bus. Okay.
I've seen him before, man. He seems like a downtown kind of guy.
Are you seeing this guy before?
I've seen him around.
Do you know his name or anything? Or you just seen him around?
Yeah, I seen him. So every time I see him, I always like, no, I ain't got $1, you know, something like that.
Okay, so
they really surprised they don't have any reported nothing.
I bet that's not. It's actually not a common occurrence here in San Antonio. It's really not. So pass by you at Market St. Mary's. You guys move. He passed by you twice at the same location. Apparently, he passed by you 2 times while you were gone. And then he came back the last time. And then that's when the confrontation occurred. Okay. Was the guy you were talking to, you said the witness, it was black guy, right? With the beard. Have you said he was with you all these times?
Mm-hmm. When I early at this, he was at the first bus stop. Okay. He waited for me to go to the store, and then when I came back from the store, he said, "Man, I can walk around. We can move from wherever." So we moved. Okay, so he went by 2 more times. We were gone at the first bus stop. On St. Mary's. Oh, okay. And then so after that, we moved, thinking, okay, it's all good. We just go come over here because when I come downtown, I sit and talk to him for a little bit because I work. He lives downtown, so I'm like, okay, I have a little, have breakfast for him, whatever.
Okay, what he's saying right now is, let me try to tell you what I'm hearing. Basically, the defendant is saying that he saw this guy many times, like 6 different times. The guy kept approaching him at different bus stops and everything.
And then that's when you went to the store, and he passed by 2 times while you were at the store. According to that. At this location. Okay. Then you guys moved. And then that's when he came by at the other bus stop. It's on right on Riverwalk.
Like this guy's stalking him or something. Sees him at several bus stops.
The St. Mary's location. And so how many times did he pass by the St. Mary's location while you were after you moved? When I saw him, it was just there once. Just one time? No. Can you describe this guy to me? White, black, Hispanic, Asian? Honestly, he appears to be Hispanic. Do you know any sort of street name for him? He had a different jacket on the first time he came, so that's why they recognized him the second time. But all I know is that he seemed to have an issue with somebody at the bus stop, and I was just like, hey, man, But not you. It wasn't me. Okay. And so I'm just like, maybe he just doesn't win. Maybe because he found out to call me. But even the witness was like, dude, you got me confused. I don't know what you're talking about. And so did this guy then kind of like keep talking with the witness? Yeah. No, did you call me? Yeah, he was like, text my phone, text my phone. So, kind of mailed out how old? So you look at the guy? Mm-hmm. He had to be in his like mid-20s. Mid-20s? Mid to early 20s. Okay. And what was he wearing today? At the time of this confrontation? I want to say a red jacket. I want to say he switched to a red jacket.
So the detective is asking him if he recognized the guy, what he was wearing, what he looks like. He says he was Hispanic, appeared to be Hispanic, describing the clothes a little bit. His story seems strange. The defendant's story seems strange right now.
Rings behind his eyes, like here, but not for cover. But I know the haircut me like, hey, you're fine, like you used to be bald and we're going back. Okay. Any facial hair? You said like the witness have a beard or anything? I don't recall. Card marks, tattoos, anything? He's been young. Was it when you seen him before? Was anybody with him, or he by himself? Every time? Okay, so if you would if this is St. Mary, okay? This is the bus stop, okay? Okay, so if you can show me where you were, where he was, what happened. Maybe he's sitting at the bus stop. Okay, so who all was there besides you and the witness? Do you know how many other people were at the bus stop? There was more witnesses that was on this side because there's 2 seats. But well, this is the street. Well, yeah, because there's more than one bench. Right. So me and this guy's on this bench, and then there was another witness. This one closest to this end? You mean? We're kind of sitting on this side. I'm not good. No, okay. How many people were at the bus stop? There was 4 or 5. I saw people get on the bus. 4 or 5? So people did get on the bus before I got there. How soon? Well, did they get on the bus after the shooting? Yeah, like the only guy in there is the one I saw there. Oh, that's good to know. But
They, and when I say the dude turned around right here, and then I was standing up, like in between him and the guy, and I was like, hey, you know, when I saw the gun, I was like, hey, because, you know, I'm not no quick drama bro. But then when he kept turning around and doing it, that's when I finally was like, okay, it is.
How many times did he, let's separate. How many times was he pulling his shirt up showing you everything?
Oh, he did it the 4th time is when I reacted.
So 3 times he pulled, well, 4 times.
Yeah.
How many times did he actually grab his gun?
Because
or did he just pull it out like, look what
the first time he did it, I'm not stupid because I can't reach mine that fast. So I'm like, hey, you boys, you got it. Right. And then he started getting cocky with it, like, oh man, oh yeah, that's right, that's what I'm talking about. And he started talking to the other guy. Don't touch me, don't hold you. Then he turned around the last time. And see, mine, I didn't even have one in the head. So I had to, it's really carry and kill him. And like I said, I wasn't trying to kill him. I was trying to stop
him. Of course not. Yeah, they tried to, yes.
Yeah, and so I left him there, and then somebody was coming up on the sushi place, and I said, please call the cops. And he said, you want this job? I said, yes. It was self-defense. He has a gun. Call the cops. And the cops probably don't. So yeah, that's what happened, man.
Okay, so when where is he standing when he's lifting his shirt?
He waited until
he in the roadway?
No, he's on the sidewalk. He waited, the first time he waited right here, and then as he's walking away, he's walking backwards with his shirt up. So then he turns around, and then my friend said something to him, and he turns around again, and at that point, I'm like, no, get this. You know, I'm not gonna keep letting him go. I feel like he was gonna start shooting as he was running the way he kept picking up his shirt. And
so he's pulling his shirt up here, like right outside the bus stop area.
Right at the bus stop. Yeah.
And he says then he's walking back.
And he keeps turning around with his shirt up. And he actually did pull it out. He pulled it out, but he kind of like was like hesitant with it. I guess I don't know if it was like he was scared or what.
Okay, so but when I'm almost confused. My apologies. They say that he's backing away, but then you're saying he's turning around.
He's turning around like.
So if he's backing away, pulling it up.
He's like, I think.
But then you say he turns around.
Yeah,
so he turns around, so his back is towards you and he's walking away, but then he turns faces you.
The way he was turning around and walking away, he's facing me.
But if he's backing up, he's facing. That's what I'm a little confused about. But then you're saying he's turning around.
He's going back and forth like he wants to walk away, but he still has a point to prove. So I don't know if he was feeling like, oh.
I mean, is he turning all the way around? Or is it like partially?
Oh, he's turning around.
So he's facing you, he's not facing.
Yeah.
He's facing you, he's not facing.
Like, every time I thought he was going to walk away, he would turn around. Yeah.
So how long, the time that he's lifting the shirt up here, so the time that you shoot, how much time?
It was
I mean, well, so the time he's first pulling up his shirt.
This is the bus stop, and I'm gonna say this is the car that he fell in front of.
Okay.
So in between here and here, he must have turned around 3 or 4 times. The way I look at it,
that was a car.
Yes, a car. He fell right here. So like the last time he turned around, that's when I was like, nah, I'm not gonna let you shoot at me like that. Like,
so maybe how much time passed? 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 minutes?
5 seconds. 5 seconds.
So the time you start walking away?
Yeah.
Okay. So before that then, when is he pulling his shirt?
The first time he pulled his shirt up, he was no greater than me in the door right there.
Okay. I mean, so when he started doing that, to the end of this time when he falls down, how much time? That's what I'm trying to.
Oh, from that
point. I mean, how from the time he started confrontation with you guys, lifting his shirt up, to the end of the confrontation, how much time?
15 seconds.
Okay.
15
seconds. So roughly 5-10 seconds, he's jaw-jacking with you guys, lifting his shirt up a couple times. It started backing away, turning away.
Okay, so this part of the interrogation, the interview, he's being asked a lot about the timing of how things happened, of when the victim walked up to him and turned around and showed the gun, and how that went, and how he pulled his gun out and had to rack it, and when he chose to start shooting because he was threatened. These timelines are going to not stack up well to the video, I'm thinking.
Do you have any other clips on you? Did you have contain like a backpack or a bag or anything?
Yeah, I have a bag.
They took that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It has my wallet, my keys, and my phone in it.
Okay, well, we'll make sure you get that. Did you have a extra magazine in your stuff?
I left it at home.
Okay, but I'm just saying like in your stuff today.
Yeah, I have 2 extra. I left it at home.
Okay.
And thank God I just had the regular ammo in there. I didn't have the hollow.
Okay, so how many times do you think you
Because he was still moving, But once he was down, I stopped firing, and I thought he was done. I saw him leaving. I thought he was done, so I just left it alone. So then I holstered my weapon, and then people were coming out. And I said, "Please call 911, call 911." And of course, no matter how much you try to be peaceful, yeah, it wasn't to kill. It wasn't. Man. This whole situation was unfortunate. I just had a baby now.
You said you had 6 now?
Yes, 6.
Nice, good for you. Big family.
I don't think.
Do you have a phone with you?
Yeah, I don't think they saw the video yet.
Okay. Are you right or left-handed?
Right.
And you shot with your right hand?
Yes.
Did the GSR test on you out there? Is that right?
Yes.
And what there happened?
They did something.
Yeah, probably. But we'll make sure. You're right-handed. You shot right-handed. What you told me is that what the video is going to show?
Yeah, I'm okay with video. I'm looking at video.
Not I don't know. A lot of people pull their phones out really quick, start recording. And now that
if they recorded there, that was good.
You never know.
But no, honestly,
I think that's part of my job. I do find all this stuff. You'd be surprised that I've had many shootings in which there is no video immediately available.
My question is this, since I have anything with question. Well, if everything clears out, I will be able to get my weapon back.
Well, yeah. Now, however, I'll preface that. A judge has to authorize. Once we take you done, it's a matter of you making an application to have the judge.
Okay, well, they're talking here.
1304.
No, they stopped him.
And we're going to fast forward it.
Well, they're fast forwarding. The detective asked him the question. He's like, "So everything you're telling me, that's going to match up with the video, right?" And he's like, "Oh, what video? What video?" And he's like, "Well, part of my job is to get videos. You'd be surprised how many people start filming things and things get captured. I've seen that on a lot of different cases." And he sort of backtracks a little bit. So we'll see how this goes now for him.
Here your phone. There were 2 in your bag. This was also in your bag. Is that the holster that was with your gun today?
Yes, that's what I have my gun inside.
Okay, so I'm going to have to take that holster as evidence when the people with your gun. Yeah, I don't think you're done. Okay? Do you have any questions for me?
I'm going to be arrested.
Any concerns?
I'm going to be arrested.
Well, right now, I'll tell you, I have a concern. I have some witnesses giving a slightly different interpretation of what you told me.
Okay.
So,
what was the difference?
Well, I need you to tell me again specifically how the shooting went down. Tell me each shot.
If he was walking around, he kept turning around, pulling in me. So the very last time he was pulling, that's when I stood up and was like, so he's pulling. but I'm shooting too. Because I feel like what he was trying to do was kind of muster up the energy and wanted to shoot. So while he's still talking, we're not even talking no more. He's still turning around like, yeah. So that's what happened. You know, I said it at least 3 times before I fired. And of course, I could have not, okay, you know what I'm saying? I could have like ran away or did whatever, but the fact that he had kept coming around, according to the other guy, I was like, hey, there must be something going on. You know. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, he's walking away, but he's still turning around. I understand, sure. When you're shooting at him, you're walking. Okay. Again, what I need to do, are you texting somebody? No, I'm sure. Okay, just for less distraction. Okay. If I can get you kind of like slow your brain down. Okay, I know it's very anxious mode, okay, traumatic, but you prepared for enough. Like you said, you're not shooting, you know, just willy-nilly, right? You're not doing this just for the hope, right? Try and calm your brain, calm down, like your emotions, okay? You need to kind of look at this objective and tell me each.
So that the detective here has challenged the defendant in his interrogation here and said, my concern is that we've got people who are reporting the story a little bit differently than you're telling it. So tell it to me again. First he says, well, what did they say? And he says, well, you tell me again and tell me each shot. Tell me the timing. Walk me through it. And we're still doing that here.
So he's facing you. Yes, I can see the top part of his gun. Like he's trying to pull it out, but he keeps putting it back in.
Right.
So at that point,
your first shot, he's facing you.
Yeah, like I was in fear of my life. I'm not gonna like I thought he was gonna shoot me before I could even get to him.
Now, again, let's kind of go through the mechanics of it. Your first shot. Are you just one hand? You have both hands on the gun?
One hand.
You're shooting like this.
I believe it's one hand.
Again, that's what I'm trying to help you find out.
I believe it's one hand because I had to cock it. Okay. And one hand.
We're all on one hand?
But they were.
Okay. And that's fine. So your first shot, he's facing you. Okay. Did you happen to see a strike? You never see him get it?
No, I didn't because he was still moving.
Okay.
So I stopped shooting when he's there.
Okay.
When he's there, I stopped.
The second shot, is he still facing you?
At that point,
he turned around.
At that point, he's maybe started to decide to retreat, but I can't tell you exactly. You know, honestly, my mind is not.
Yeah, and kind of help you here, right? Okay, calm down. I can't advise one way or the other. You know, you're right. Like I said, my job is to try and help you remember. These are like that, trying to help everybody else remember. You guys are already.
As far as witnesses go, there's only 2 people that was there for the whole incident. Those are 2 individuals at the bus stop. Anybody else?
Because you said you talked about the heavy set black.
There was another guy. I think I was in the room.
He was here too. Okay. Which one did he look like?
Yeah, a blue kind of shirt jacket.
With a black light static.
Like it's Mexican.
Thank you. How tall?
Because I don't know, kind of stubby.
Well, again, I'll try to figure out who that is.
My thing is, you know, these kind of situations, they happen so fast, man.
Right, and probably over the course of a few days, things come down, where you're able to relax. So did eat instead of just shift. I mean, like you calm down, you'll probably start to the brain will allow you to start remembering more. And that's why I wanted to talk to you. I mean, we talked a couple of days. I will always be there. I'm just saying there's more nowadays. Obviously, everything's.
All I can tell you, I had a license, I had a legally owned gun.
That's fine.
I was there my life, and he pulled a gun on me.
Did you have a concealed license? Oh, you remain license. I'm fine.
I bought it from a cabin. Okay, I'm saying, you said you're like, let's talk about the, you have to say, okay. No, but some people still do. So, do you think he shot 6 or 7 times? Yeah, I don't know if he shot back or not. And he stopped shooting when he was on the ground? Yes. Okay. Because when he's on the ground, so that's when I back up. I put my gun back up. I don't want no fire. Yes. So when they arrested me, I was in front of me. I had to tell them, hey, it's on my back. Okay. What should I tell my mother? Am I being detained or? Well, right now, yeah, you're both detained because we're looking into shooting. Yes, sir. Okay. 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 Thank you, sir.
We're going to stop it at 1334.44. And Detective Ray did during the course of this interview, obviously it looks like you step out of the room at different intervals. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at that time, did Mr. Harris, accused in this case, did he have possession of his own cell phones?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do with those cell phones?
He made several phone calls to various people.
And were some of those phone calls recorded on this interview?
Yes.
We're going to go ahead and fast forward to 14:01, 52 seconds.
I'm down here at the police headquarters, bro. Some guy pulled a gun on me and I had to shoot him. Yeah, McManus showed up. They did it on the news, and from an argument, one man walked away, another man shot. They don't even know the whole story. You know what I'm saying? The dude pulled the gun out on me. He walked by twice. You hear me? Go ahead.
We're hearing one side of the phone call here.
So yeah, the dude passed by 3 or 4 times, lifting his shirt up, showing a gun. The 4th time, I was like, fuck that. So let him have it and stuff. So we on the ground. I didn't try to kill him or nothing. They say he might make it, he might not. But man, dude, I'm talking about, I mean, the police came and shit, like I would have followed them that and stuff like that. Hell yeah. Yeah, but what they're trying to say is that he was walking away. I'm like, what the fuck is that to do when you walking away, showing the gun, walking away, showing the gun? You know what I'm saying? No, I haven't given a statement. They're telling me, like I look on the news. The news is already saying that. All I told them was that I was in fear for my life. The dude had a gun. And I even had to get medical attention because I was having a panic attack, anxiety attack, all that. At first they said he was dead. Now they say he's in critical condition. So they found him on the ground. They found him with the gun. But they're like, was he walking away? Was he standing there? If somebody putting a gun on you, walking away, whatever, shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, right. That's what I told her. I was like, well, I need to get a lawyer. I know additional information. I was outside. He pulled the gun multiple times, and I reacted. Shit. It wasn't an argument. He was talking to somebody else. And I guess the person he was talking to was a mistake. Yeah, because you already know. Big brother. Yeah, I honestly, I didn't know the guy. I don't know him. So, yeah. I'm pissed off, boy. I was sitting up and have a good morning.
Now he's mad because
I just wanted to let you know what's going on. Yeah, the man that showed up, he didn't even want to talk to me or nothing. You know, he talking to the reporters, telling them what's going on. Why don't you talk to me? Shit. Yeah.
Right now,
yeah, but I sent you a link to the article, man. If you hear anything new, let me know.
Right now, his lawyer's thinking about just how much progress he could have made with
Yeah,
this
my
case.
name's not on there. Nothing.
Had this guy not talked the way he did.
We're from downtown. Oh.
I don't know if he's in bail or out on bail or.
Oh, yeah. Because if I did something so wrong, then I wouldn't be sitting in this phone.
Lee, I forgot I had your comment pinned this whole time. Hi, Lee.
Yes, sir.
Did he need to refer anything that he's not even in here? Like, no, I don't drink.
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah, they keep coming here to check on me. Then they gave me both my phones, so you know what that's about. They try to kill you know how they go. Yeah, I just want to let y'all know what's going on. But my mom knows, so. Yeah.
We don't know who he called. It's not his mom yet.
It's almost worse when you have a somebody that's survived. You know. Yeah. Let's see what happens. But they said they got hit multiple times in the head and butt. Okay. Just reading the news reports.
We're going to stop it at 14:08:13. And detective, as we're fast forwarding right now, before we play it, just a couple questions. One, when you're stepping out, what are you doing through the course of your investigation as you step out each time?
Well, on murder investigations, I'm going to be talking to the other detectives, see what information they've gathered, see if it's matching up what I observed at the scene or at the time what Mr. Harris has told me so far. Other officers are doing research, attempt to identify the decedent. Turns out to be Mr. Orozco. Again, I am in collaboration with multiple detectives on this, gathering a lot of information that I am unable to do as lead detective, again, because my SOP is I like to interview the suspect. I don't want anybody else to do that since I am going to be the lead. So I depend on other detectives to do a lot of other details to provide the information for the investigation.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and fast forward to 14:40 and 40 seconds.
Okay, I apologize for the wait on CSI. That I'm going to have to take that holster. And so I'm afraid that's and some photos of you, so I don't think that you're not seeing. Okay?
Yeah.
So you're able to make some phone calls?
Yeah, I made some calls.
Okay.
I was looking at the way the news broke up already, like.
I don't want to slow them in.
I'm like.
I don't want
Motion was had there. Yeah, he said he was walking like that. But she was bad.
Again, that's initially, it's at times it's almost like we just getting like over the war. So there's a bunch of information coming from a bunch of different parts. There are people getting certain things. That's like I told you, I get to talk to the witnesses. And then the ones that I haven't talked to, I have to read their statement and see what that matches up. And then what the video matches. I think no good.
When you're turning around and you're pulling a gun and you're walking away, you know, that's still a threat. You feel me?
But I think no good. We don't. All I do is collect the facts.
Yeah.
Or attempt to collect the facts on various facts of how people deal with it, right? It's not up to me to make any determination guilty. I think this is what Jonathan said, this is what this witness said, what this witness said, this is what the evidence on the ground says, whatever.
My question is, how long do these things normally last?
What do you mean?
What you want to do right now?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and stop it at 14:42, 16 seconds. Detective, after you finished the interview with the defendant, what did you do at that point?
You mean as far as the end of the investigation that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All the evidence that was gathered we all get together, one of the detectives, figure, okay, this is what we have. These are the elements of a crime, or the elements like this is not a crime. We're just following the evidence. And I confer with the murder sergeants on the detail. At this time, there were two, I believe. There's at least one, depending on the day, but I believe there were two. And then on this case, the brass, as we call it, lieutenant and captain, they are also informed and advised of where this is going. It was determined that there was the elements of the criminal offense of aggravated assault, deadly weapon, firearm had occurred, and that Mr. Harris had committed that offense.
And you stated aggravated assault with a deadly weapon is the initial charge. Did that charge end up changing?
Yes.
Why is that?
At the time that at the end of the interview, it was determined that he would be arrested. Mr. Harris would be arrested.
What we did, I think the question, what did this particular detective do, Judge? Why object?
All right. So you'll have to listen to the question.
Yes.
And just answer the question that's asked of you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. State, ask your question.
I'll rephrase. Through your investigation, did the charge change?
Yes. When Mr. Harris was advised that he was going to be arrested for the aggravated assault, deadly weapon with a firearm, Mr. Orozco was still alive. Between the time that he left homicide and was going to be taken to the jail, I was advised by another officer that Mr. Orozco had been pronounced deceased at the hospital. It was then determined that the charge would be changed to murder. So that's what I called in. I called I called the officers who were transporting him and told them to make sure that the charge was changed at the jail.
Through your course of your investigation, did you determine where Mr. Isaiah Orozco had been living?
Yes, he pretty much lived right around the corner.
You know the location?
I have the listed address of Isaiah Orozco at 126 East Main Plaza, apartment 326, which is probably 45-second walk from the shooting location.
And that's walking?
Yes.
And through your course of investigation, did you ever determine the height and weight of Mr. Orozco?
Yes.
Objection, Judge. That has to be on hearsay unless he has personal knowledge.
All right. If you can, counsel, establish how he knows.
Through the course of your investigation, did you research whether the actual size of Mr. Orozco?
Yes.
And where did you obtain that from?
From several sources, and we have a records management program for San Antonio Police. It's called Mark 43. That's where we write our reports. They're all nowadays handled digitally. That's where they're saved. Mr. Orozco had been contacted several times by San Antonio Police, and we obtained things such, name, date of birth, height and weight, driver's license numbers on the people that we contact, and then it's saved in that Mark 43 system. And then I also receive the approximation with the autopsy report.
And what was his size?
Objection based on hearsay, Judge.
Overrule.
Okay, Mr. Orozco is listed at 5'3" and 125 pounds.
And through your course in your investigation, you determined the size of the defendant in this case?
Yes, on the same basis of Mark 43, then obviously my personal contact with him.
And what size is he listed as?
Mr. Harris is listed at 6 foot, 260 pounds.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 68A. It's safe, tied through the barrel. This weapon, through your training experience, is that a deadly weapon?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That question may have been to meet the standards. What are the elements of the charge?
We'll pass witness, Your Honor.
State. I'm sorry, defense.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, same one.
Big yawn from the judge.
Detective, you say that you were designated the lead detective in this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I believe on direct examination, one second. I believe on direct examination, you indicated that your designation as lead detective, what that does is that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you kind of coordinate the investigation, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that if you needed additional information about the case, you could either look into it or investigate it yourself or have other detectives do it for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how many detectives, if you recall, and if you don't know the exact number, how many detectives did you have working on this case with you?
I might be listing my prosecution guide.
Just if it helps to refresh your recollection, just kind of look through it and see if you can give me a number, if you can.
I show at least 5 assisting detectives.
Okay. So we got at least 5 detectives.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And they're also crime scene people that come out and they're involved, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And by being a lead detective, I don't know if you're technically supervising you, but you kind of review all the things that they're doing, either during the time they're making their investigation or even subsequently. Is that fair?
Who are we talking about? The CSI or the
detective? Yeah, CSI.
Well, when they are out there, I'm at scene, I'll identify items of evidence that I'm going to need to be collected. Sometimes that's me. Sometimes that would be what we call the wing, who is the designated, kind of like the assisting detective. We'll send 2 out. I can't recall specifically what we had at the scene, but I know I was out there long enough for them to put out the 16 markers for the spent shell casings, items of blood. So I coordinate with them what evidence needs to be collected, but I don't stand over there and watch them, their duties, as they say.
Oh, correct. And that's fair. But you're the one that say, for instance, you needed additional information, you could either make a call, or if you couldn't do it yourself, have another officer or even CSI. If there was, say, something that you felt say was left behind, you needed somebody to take additional pictures, you could have them do that, correct?
On this case specifically?
Yeah.
Well, in this case, yeah, I wanted to make sure we had photos of Mr. Harris. So that's why we had CSI come to headquarters to collect the holster and then take photos of him.
Okay.
So yes, that will happen, yes.
Okay. So with reference to CSI people, the ones that took photographs, or even sometimes they take a video scan of the certain area, all those folks kind of report to you. They send their reports in your direction. Is that fair to say or not?
If they write a supplement, or what we call for the CSI, like crime scene investigators, they'll write what we call a CSSR, crime scene search report. That's their supplement. It's a kind of a different form, a little bit in Mark 43, but they'll fill that out. And again, it goes into Mark 43 under the main case number, and then they'll have access to it.
Okay. And the patrol people, well, I hate to call patrol, but the other officers that come, there are a lot of officers that come to the scene, and then they assist doing a lot of different, even if it's evidence tag, if it's even traffic sometimes. There are many other officers that would be involved in a case like this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you had to give a number, if you know, how many other officers may have been involved? Well, if you don't know exactly, you can refer to the report.
The good news is during this cross-examination, the judge is all caught up on her reading for the book club this week.
I have about 24 SAPD officers, ranging from patrolman, maybe CSI detectives, sergeants, and a lieutenant. And then 13 park police officers to have been assigned to the call. I believe 1 or 2 may have been supervising sergeant.
Harris is on the top right of your screen. He's wearing a dark suit.
Like I had three other patrol officers assigned to our street crimes unit assigned, but they showed up after everything was kind of calm. So they did not do a lot, so to speak, as far as crime scene security or assisting with the investigation.
Okay. And when you first hit me with that number, that 24 number of officers, are they included with the detectives, or they're separate?
They're separate, sir.
Okay.
I said now some of them may be at the rank of detective, but they're not listed as an assisting detective because they are assigned to patrol.
So, based on my math, it's not perfect, but we're basically in a ballpark of about 40 police officers that's involved.
If that's what your math says.
Yeah. So they got 24 plus 13 plus 6 and 3. And I'm not saying exactly, but that's in the neighborhood.
Yeah. And I think it's around like 53. Okay. I believe on my SB 111 form, which is the form we have to turn in for the state. I believe it was 61.
61?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. And that doesn't include the chief. I don't know if he was there, but
I put the chief on it because he showed up in the crime scene.
All right, that's good. Now
he's fishing. He's just looking for something, hoping somebody makes a mistake and he can jump on it.
Say, for instance, you needed additional information. Say on this case, you said that you could have investigated yourself or used some of the 61 officers to assist if you need them to assist you. Is that fair to say?
I'm a bit confused. What information do you mean?
Well, no, just if you say, for instance, if there was additional information that you needed. I'm not saying what that information is, or even if there is, but if you needed to investigate, to obtain additional information, could you have used one of those 61 officers to help if you could not do it yourself?
Right. Well, on a matter like this investigation, on that day, we did have additional assisting detectives go into the international building and see if anybody, right, we're trying to find witnesses and we're trying to find video that might be available. They're more, the better use of resources for them to go track witnesses down like that than myself as a lead, because I take care of the scene. And then I went back and interviewed Mr. Harris. So there are some delegations. But then as far as you're talking about officers, I'm just trying to signify the difference. Officers, we will have them contact witnesses and stay with that witness and have them separated so that they don't talk to each other and like their version of events might get colluded. So that's why we separate witnesses.
Okay. All right.
So that's I think that might be kind of the assistance that I see. Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
So in this case, you testified about the video that was shown, that was taken from the VIA, correct? From the VIA bus.
The VIA bus, yes, sir.
Okay. And you also testified that you looked to VIA because I think your testimony was that there's sometimes maybe 10 or more cameras on those buses.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
And that become a tool that you can use if, say, in a situation like this, where it's near, especially if it's near a bus stop, correct? Is that fair?
I'm a little confused, but yeah, video, any sort of video usually is very powerful.
Sure. So, do you know whether you acquired video from any other sources other than the VIA video?
The assisting detectives who went into the international building or international center, I apologize. They did advise me that somebody had taken some short cell phone videos. I believe that there are 3 of those. But as far as the city cameras I mentioned earlier that were on the international building, those did not capture any portion of the shooting. I believe there might have been some on the lower level where the Riverwalk is that they did not capture any. And then nobody came forward, like a street level, so to speak, of having their own personal cell phone video of the incident. And then the buildings across the street, there were no other videos.
Now, I'm going to move to another area just briefly. Being the lead detective, I believe your testimony is that if there's a person who's referred to as the suspect or a major suspect, because you're the lead detective, you prefer interviewing that person yourself, correct?
Correct.
Based on your testimony, is that you said because you're the lead detective, you want to, since it's going to be your lead case, that you want to be the one to actually talk to this person, take a statement, or size this person up. Is that a fair assessment?
It's the same question.
I don't know about like sizing them up. I'm a little thrown off by that. But I don't know one murder detective who doesn't want to be the one who speaks to a suspect. But yes, that's kind of my SOP. That is what I do.
That's what you do. And in this case, in any case, in terms of the questioning part, you try to be thorough, correct?
Sure.
And I would imagine, a trainee somewhere along the line, from an officer to a detective, with the skill of taking a statement from an individual. Do you receive training in that regard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, do you advise the person that's being interviewed that their statements to you is being recorded?
I don't believe I did in this case. Normally I do not.
I'm sorry.
I do not advise somebody that the interview room is being recorded.
Okay.
Most of the time I don't, but I think it's obvious Mr. Harris did know.
Well, my question was not what he did know. My simple question to you is do you advise people? Did you advise him?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. And is it fair to say that, excuse me, that even when you walk out the room, even when you're not actually interviewing the persons in the room, they're being taped, correct?
They're being what?
They're being videotaped.
Yes.
Okay. It's fair to say that
defense hasn't given a statement yet.
That is being taped, but you never let the person who's the subject, you never tell them that they're being taped, correct?
Well, sometimes I do, but in this case, I did not.
Okay. Now, during the conversation that you had with Mr. Harris, it's fair to say, based on the video that we saw, that you spoke to him or you gained information about the complainant. You got information that he had been in the area more than once, or maybe came back a couple of times. Did you remember? Do you recall receiving that information from Mr. Harris?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yes.
Okay. Now, with reference the video plus information, would you? And I would imagine you're pretty familiar with San Antonio, correct?
Yeah, some parts, not all of it. No.
Downtown, near where this building is, near St. Mary's, South St. Mary's, where the shooting occurred, in the area right near it, the market area as you approach Market Street, as you approach South St. Mary's. You're familiar with that area, excuse me.
In reference to the VIA video, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you request the information from the VIA videos, or did some other detective request?
I don't know. I believe I contacted it's called like the VIA security office. I contacted Miss Eloisa Diaz. Normally we will send them a form on an email with certain dates and times. It's like, this is any VIA bus might have been in the area. Some VIA bus stands actually have video, so we asked for that too. In this matter, it did not. And then a certain time frame is what we asked for. I can't recall. I'd have to look at the whole case file to see if the form is in there. I believe I might have actually just gone to the office because I felt that time was of the essence. Instead of waiting 2 or 3 weeks to get a bus video, I went there directly and filled the form out there. And then shortly thereafter, I was provided with the DVD from them.
So at that point, excuse me, when you made your request, did you make a request for a specific bus, or do you make a request for a specific location and a specific time?
Certainly the specific time, but usually it's any VIA bus that may have been in the area. But then for this case, obviously I know that there was a VIA bus at this bus stop at a very specific date and time. So I would make sure that I had that. Again, I'd have to look at the form. I don't recall if I said any other VIA buses, because I don't know if one crossed on Market before the police showed up, or if in fact that bus stop had a video camera. So we asked for all-encompassing video that they might have available to them.
Okay. Are you, and I guess you maybe, do you know whether the VIA buses have a GPS system on them?
I'm sorry, have a what? A
GPS system.
Yes, they do. And date, time, speed, direction of travel, that sort of stuff is all on there.
And it's fair to say that those buses, the VIA system, they would know specifically where their bus is at any particular time, based on the GPS system.
You'd have to ask VIA how they do their tracking.
Okay. Now, in terms of you being a lead detective in the case, was it a situation where you were informed about a specific bus, or did you make a general, or was it just a general request for information with reference this time frame when the shooting would have happened?
No, I was advised when I first arrived on scene that a bus had been there at the time of the shooting, and no specific bus number. I knew that a VIA bus was there. And then during my interview with Mr. Harris, he also talked about the bus arriving. And then I was actually shocked that he said after shooting, people got on the bus and it drove off. Because I'm thinking, as I'm speaking to him, I need to get the video and then try and identify those people because they may be witnesses.
Now, as Mr. Harris gave his story, I believe you indicated that that there was information with reference to the same complaining with the person that was shot, walking on shortly before the shooting, walking on Market, right? Walking on Market Street.
I apologize. Are you saying that Mr. Harris told me that?
Correct.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And that would have been shortly before the shooting occurred, correct?
According to Mr. Harris, yes.
Okay. And did you ever request do you ever make a request from VIA with reference to, say, maybe half an hour time frame of buses that would have been passing on market of approximately, say, maybe 30 or 20 minutes prior to the shoot?
Again, I have to look at the request form. I provided them, but usually like I said, we talked about the specific bus that was at the bus stop. Usually I'll ask for the general, were there any buses in that area driving by? Because normally sometimes a secondary bus will capture some valuable video evidence.
Sure.
And they didn't, all they provided me was the bus video that we have here.
Okay.
So I apologize. I don't believe that I asked for a long extended 30-minute time frame of VIA buses in that area.
Okay.
Juvenile court normally isn't broadcast. It's a hard one to get into. We don't do that.
If you, in terms of an investigation, in terms of a complete investigation, if you're talking to someone and they said, well, this occurred at a bus stop, and say I saw this person earlier and I was seated at one bus stop and I had to move, wouldn't it be fair to think that if that occurred at the bus stop, then other buses that passed shortly before that occurred may have actually show video of what Mr. Harris said?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
If say, for instance,
this is like, you lost me on that.
That Mr. Harris was seated on market, and its conversation with you was that the person came, the complainant was on market, and there appeared to be some type of conversation, and they moved. Isn't it fair to say that other buses that came shortly before the shooting could have recorded that?
Yeah, objects to speculation.
Overrule, you can ask them the question if you know.
I'm sorry. So the question is,
could other buses have recorded? If my client's statement was that they were on market at the bus stop shortly before the shooting, they had to move to get away from the complainant. If you had requested additional video from VIA, is it possible that that video could have shown whether that actually occurred if it was just a couple moments before the shooting?
I don't know what VIA had available, so I don't know how to answer that.
Correct. But you're the lead detective, correct?
This is like Inception level.
You could have requested additional information from VIA, correct?
I could have, sure.
But you didn't do it.
I did not.
I think the detective gave away that win too easily there.
And the 61, if you were too busy to do it, you had other people or detectives that could have made that request for you, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't ask anyone else to inquire?
Not that I recall, no.
I wouldn't fault this witness to fall asleep between questions. I would do that. I would start snoring on the stand. I think the judge would admonish the witness and then also admonish the defense attorney to try to speed things up just a little bit.
Now, did you, detective, ever meet with the complainant's family?
Yes.
Talk to them?
Yes.
And do you recall, was that a couple weeks after the shooting, a couple of days, the same day? Do you remember?
I believe it was a couple of days later. I tracked down a lady who was his aunt.
The judge in the Mark Jensen trial fell asleep, and they had to be like, Your Honor, to wake him up. He was out. That was funny. Because there was an objection, and we thought he was just thinking it over. But there was a long pause, and they're like, had to wake
All
him
right,
up.
I believe he's answered the question. Ask your next question.
I believe it was an answer. I thought you were looking for the answer.
Yeah, I was. I apologize, man.
All right.
It was on Sunday, the 6th of March. So about a week later, I was able to contact Elisa Orozco, who confirmed that she was Isaiah's aunt. I was actually attempting to contact his biological father, Robert. That was at 12:45 that day. And then at 3:15 p.m., Robert and Elisa came to police headquarters, and I spoke to them there about what would occur as far as the investigation and what they could do with the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
And in your meeting with them, was that also recorded?
I believe that's on my body cam. Mm-hmm.
Now, when you spoke with them, do you recall whether or whether the complainant
maybe approach.
Yes, you can approach.
Judge is like, just please break this up. Okay, there's going to be objection about just this fishing expedition that's supposed to be cross-examination. It's awful. There's no point. It seems that they're trying to create confusion and doubt where there isn't any. So one of the questions he asked that took a long time to get out was, if another bus had driven by before this incident and something had occurred and the bus had filmed it, wouldn't that have been useful to have subpoenaed and proven my client's side of the story? He's like, I guess, but he said, no, I didn't request all this other stuff, this hypothetical video that may or may not exist. They're fishing for anything. They're fishing for a lifeline right now, Ivan. Let's see if they wrap up this cross-examination here.
We approach again, Judge. I mean, just.
Oh, man. Look at that. It's like we literally just walked away from the bench, and I've got another question. The tools of preference in this defense attorney's arsenal are interesting, and it seems like they say when all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. He's got a couple tools, and all the problems look like those tools resolve everything. The first thing he brings out is stalling. No, hang on. I want to hear what this is. Just one second.
Now, Detective, when you the meeting that you had with the complainant's family, do you recall how long that meeting lasted?
I do not.
Okay. Would it be indicated in your report anyway?
The start time is indicated, which was 3:15 p.m. on Sunday, the 6th of March.
We're still waiting on the judge's decision, but the plan is yes.
Of your conversations with them, was that either recorded or did you make notes on it?
It was recorded in an interview room we have on the first floor, not the homicide offices, and I used my body-worn camera to record that interview.
How long did you meet with the victim's family? I don't understand where this line of question's going. Is he done yet?
Need to approach one more time. All right.
I'm going to have you all step outside.
We're
going to take a short recess. We are going to still keep on track with what I told you on Friday. Remember the court's instructions. You're not allowed to discuss this testimony or evidence that you've heard. You're not to begin your deliberations mentally with yourself or with each other. And everything you need to know about this case has come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, everyone, please rise.
Beth, this is interesting. Here in this court, the court refers to the victim in this case as the complainant. And it's weird because I haven't heard it described that way. Other courts in other states don't view it that way or don't use that terminology. Oh, wow, we can almost see the jury as they walk out just on the corner of the screen. I mean, we can see them. We can see each one as they walk through the door, but just barely, not enough to really identify them. Let's see. Please let the defense have it on camera so we can hear. Please. If she does it off camera. Anyway, the one tool that he's used quite effectively in this case is attacking the foundation of evidence, where he's first challenging the admittance of evidence because of foundation, and then attacking that foundation to chip away or to magnify the small problems that occur. And I mean, by small problem, it's like, well, someone retired and this was their report and they don't work here anymore, so I'm reading their report. That's a problem. Hearsay. Okay. Got the medical examiner's report thrown out. And so we have no medical examiner's report. You know, the cause of death, everything else is gone in this one. It's that could come back to bite them in a big way because cause of death is fairly important in a murder trial. But he's very good at that. He does have, as slow as he is, he's very quick with his objections, and he's able to block things very well. Now, the state has been successful in sort of getting around some of its things today. It's just made them work really hard. And you know, it's been fun. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts the way he just slowly draws on and seems to ramble, almost like he starts a question but doesn't know where he wants to end. But at the same time, he's also been effective, which, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's nobody on the jury who's like, yeah, I like this style. I'm with him. I feel it. He's not very good at bringing the jury along, but if he can get enough evidence thrown out so they don't have stuff to consider, so they can't meet the elements of the charge, then it's mission accomplished. Okay, me better late than never. Welcome, Suzanne. Let's see. I was lurking. What's happening? We should have the end of testimony today for both the state and the defense. So the judge must know something about the defense witness list that we don't, and that's probably that it's extremely short, if anything. Even though they've subject to recalled everybody except for one. The only person they have not is the, what was her name? One of the investigators, the lab techs, the lab technicians. Everyone else has been subject to recall. I think he's a great lawyer. He's doing a good job. It's frustrating when somebody is slow. I don't think it's a stuttering issue. He's at times when he has to speak quickly, specifically with objections, we're not seeing the stuttering or anything like that. I just think his method, his MO is very deliberate and somewhat rambling. The judge has basically been finishing his sentences even with objections throughout some of this. But yeah, we can't hear this. It's off the clock, but let's see. The direction the witness is facing appears to be like she's talking to the judge, or he's talking to the judge. There might be a clerk there though. It's finger stretch time for the court reporter. Actually, she gets plenty of time to rest while the defense is asking questions. The gun residue lady's not recalled. That's the one. The gunshot residue. He's just a good old boy. Never meaning no harm. Let's see. Also, we might have a late night tonight, which is good and bad. Bad for me because I've got a meeting. I've got a after action report for the thing we did on Sunday with the broadcast I was helping with, to discuss lessons learned and how we can improve things next time. Basically, they want me to do more of it. So we'll see what happens there. Ivan, is the food ready yet? You've had the grill fired up for a while. Welcome back, Carrie. We did save your seat for you. Please take a seat. Okay, here comes jury maybe. Check out the door. The door's opening. Door's open. Oh, the witness is moving. The witness is off the stand. We got a longer break. You ever have Monday meetings? Usually Tuesday. Oh, you never have Monday meetings. Usually Tuesday or Wednesday. Right. This is a rare meeting. The broadcast I helped with yesterday, church-related broadcast, and they brought in a professional crew to do some of it, and they brought in and then even though they had asked me to bid on the whole project, I told them no, I wasn't interested in it. And then I said, but if you need help on any part of it, I'll be willing to help just on the side, because that's, I'm affiliated and that's what I do. And so they brought in stuff, and it ended up the portion we did grew and grew, and the portion that the professionals that we paid them to do seemed to shrink and shrink. And so we're discussing that and what exactly we need next time, and it might save us a bunch of money if I can do it. Monday and Friday meetings are the worst. At least this one's a Zoom meeting. I actually don't mind Zoom meetings. It's sort of fun. Let's see. Donna G says, got a new computer. Couldn't remember my sign-in, so I lost my courthouse. Oh no, do you have your email? Is it on your phone or anything like that? Lee and Shells have the internet today, Donna, so if you call them, they should be able to help you out. Take us along to the Zoom meeting. It's going to be a lot of fun, I tell you. It's going to be a hoot. .40-ounce flask. I have not been able to find a 40-ounce flask from any of my vendors for the print-on-demand stuff. Nana Geek Joellen is here. Welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah, you should be able to get it from YouTube. I think they should. Do you still have your old computer, or is it gone? Hootenanny? Is that a North Carolinian word? What does it mean? Now that I've said it, what does it mean? Okay, witness is catching just a little bit of a break here, resting here with his eyes closed, or praying, one of the two. Praying that this ends soon. Yep, he's out. I think the guy's out. The witness is asleep. The video is not frozen. I think he's actually going to sleep. Watch his chin. See if the chin starts dipping a little bit. You guys do this to me as well. He's on his phone. I've seen him take it out. I think the phone's the cover. If he drops the phone on the floor, then we'll know. What was the argument about? Kelly, you're talking about right before they excused the jury? The defense kept walking back and forth saying, can we approach? Can we have a sidebar? And they'd come forward and they'd go back. Can we have another sidebar? Go back. And it's like, hey, can we have another? She's like, look, jury, go out. We've got to take care of some stuff. But our detective here is going to be well rested. He's ready. Right arm is moving slightly. He's texting people. He's like, he asked me the question 3 times. And it took half an hour. Finally, the F-35, the plane should no longer be in the air. At this point, it could be over the ocean or beyond. Hootenanny is an informal gathering of folk music and sometimes dancing. We invited friends to a hootenanny in our backyard. Oh, amen, says the detective. Prayer's over. We're back. That is a nice picture of the Alamo. As far as courtrooms go, this is a pretty nice one. It looks like a canvas stretched over a frame. Probably needs to be stretched a little tighter because you got a little bit of those wrinkles in there, but it's still a great picture. Can you imagine the pilot like knocking on some farmyard door and be like, "Hey, that's my chute back in your cornfield. Can you call this red phone number for me? I need an Uber." A hootenanny is like a shindig. I've heard shindig more than hootenanny. With all this delay, the judge says we're still on schedule. So, let's see who was giving us the updates about the F-35. Is that 6-volt or My Dog Clover? So it's U.S. Air Force. Do we know? Have they released any information about the? They probably won't release like the amount of fuel, but what base it was flying out of. Because we could probably calculate the maximum fuel and mileage from that. It was flying over South Carolina when he ejected, right? Ivan's like, I'm telling you, it's up here in the frozen north in Wisconsin. And we know it's going late, but my meeting starts at 7:30, so if I have to, we'll just keep the stream going, and I'll take the meeting on the side on a different device. Debbie, welcome. Good to have you here. We've got the world's slowest defense attorney and a big long pause. We've been catching up until today, and so now we can't fast forward anymore. Okay, it's out of it's a Marine, MCAS Beaufort. It's out of Beaufort. Beaufort. Where's? I'm trying to see that on a map. It's near North Charleston. Man, there's a lot of water around that. It's right on the coast. Could be in the ocean. Can they at least give us a clue as to where we should look? I swear, some shrimp farmer, some shrimp fisherman is going to pull in the catch of his life for the intact F-35. Closer to Savannah. So it was headed south, not north. It's somewhere between Savannah and Charleston, right? That's where the base is located. In Beaufort Sound. No, Clover. The Marine didn't crash the plane. He just got out while it was flying. And then it continued flying, and we don't know where it is because it's a stealth jet. In North Carolina, it's called Beaufort. In South Carolina, it's called Beaufort. Beaufort? Is it Bew or like B-Y-E-W or Boo? I'm pronouncing definitely the North Carolinian method because that's the correct way, because that's where I live. But Beaufort. What was the argument leading to the unaliving? Kelly, this is interesting. Great question, first of all. The defendant in the interview acted like he didn't know the guy, and the guy was just yelling at him and saying, saying stuff, but then the guy was like following him from bus stop to bus stop, and he'd seen him like 6 different times, and he'd gone by several times and still yelling at him. And the witnesses say there was an argument about, hey, stop calling me or stop texting me or something like that. So it may have been a case, as the defendant said, of mistaken identity. Why did the pilot eject? I think that's going to be an investigation. The pilot's probably going to have to answer that question as well. He survived in stable condition. Yeah, ejecting from a plane is actually, it's not as fun as it might sound. I mean, it sure beats the alternative if the plane's going down, hands down. But the forces at play when you eject can seriously mess up your body, your back, for instance. Some pilots only get one ejection. And even though they survived the ejection, they don't fly again because their back's messed up. Coyotes is saying it's a distraction. They put this story out there to get us to not look over here. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Look at the jet. Beaufort. Angel 2005. California is a really tough one to get video access to court cases. And when officers are involved, that seems to be even harder. So that will be, we'll watch for it. It's obviously breaking news. If this goes to trial, it's going to be, minimum probably about 90 days out, the maximum a couple of years. Very British. That is correct. Beaufort or Beaufort. It's a U instead of an O right here. Beaufort, not an A. It's definitely not an A. No one says what the A. 1,200-mile radius. Okay, so I'm just going to jump here on Google Earth. We're going to drop a pin here at the where are we at? MCAS Beaufort. So it was north of Savannah, right? Why could I not find it on the map here? Okay, we're just gonna guess. We're gonna say it happens right here. Measure. There's Charleston, Savannah. Put a point right here. Okay, so this plane could be in Nova Scotia. That's what I'm seeing. It could have landed in Nova Scotia. To the north, it definitely could clear the border all the way to, let's see, it could have gotten to nearly Montana. I mean, it can't quite get to the corner of Montana. To the west, we're looking at Kansas, the western side of Kansas. Could have got barely into the panhandle of Oklahoma. Dallas, Texas is definitely in range. Houston, San Antonio, but not California. And then to the south, had it gone south, were Belize, Guatemala. We could get all the way down there. Okay. Hey, jury's coming back in. We're finally done. Jamaica, man, it could be anywhere. This is draw a big circle around half the United States, and it could be almost anywhere. All right. Judge is back. Break time's over. Everyone sit down. We're going to listen again. We need some audio, Your Honor. If you could, Your Honor, please. We can't hear. Turn it up. Click the button. Still no audio. Okay, now I think the witness is being asked questions, but we can't hear them. Lip reading session. It's pretty bad because the defense is asking the question.
Out of the 14 enlisted, I know I spoke with Mr. Fowler the day after. I spoke to some of the witnesses on scene. We had basic information from them and told them we would need to get formal statements from them at the headquarters building. Would you like me to look that up?
Oh, just how many? The number?
Total, the ones on scene.
That you spoke to.
Right. There were 3 right next to the car where Mr. Isaiah fell. There was a married couple from out of town. I spoke with them at the scene. I spoke to several of the listed witnesses in the International Building after they had been identified. I spoke to them on the phone, I believe, confirming their statements. And I believe it was one of them sent me the 3 cell phone videos we talked about earlier, or I may have gotten those from a detective who had obtained those that first day. I forget exactly how I obtained those videos. I believe I spoke with the individual who provided those videos over the phone as well. Okay. So probably at least half of the listed witnesses I spoke to in some form.
Were you, based on your investigation, were you able to determine whether the deceased Mr. Rusko was he lawfully able to carry a handgun?
I don't know.
That's something that he has to be able to prove if he wants to bring that in. He's going to try to bring in that he was possibly at one point in a mental institution and shouldn't have had a firearm. But we're not sure if that's factual. Pilot ejected out of the F-35 around Charleston area, I believe. I'm just worried that that we're going to have social media kids trying to get famous that have a halfway convincing black object behind them describing that they found it in their yard, and the Air Force is going to be scrambling all over trying to look for it. Okay, the defense was supposed to approach the witness, but nothing is happening. Is he looking for something? Here we go.
Yes.
Yes, again.
I'll show you what's been already entered into evidence, admitted as State's Exhibit number 68A. And also exhibit number 67. Okay, and just if you just look at both exhibits for me, please.
And personally, gloves.
Yes. Do you have gloves?
This is the first time in the trial
that's okay. We usually have gloves.
The officer is about to give his personal emergency response gloves from his belt. Every other witness has just grabbed evidence and held it. Didn't matter what it is. They just picked it up out of the box and manhandled it. This one needs gloves.
Thank you.
My kids are riding a scooter upstairs on our wooden floors. I can hear it going back and forth in the hallway. You can probably hear it too.
Just remember the firearms.
Yes.
He's holding one of the firearms that everyone else has just picked up with their bare hands.
Okay.
And it's fair to say that both weapons are firearms, correct?
Yes.
And both could be considered deadly weapons.
Yes.
State. All right. Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Subject to recall.
All right. The rule has been invoked. What that means is you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense. Make sure that you're available if you are recalled.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
State calls William Fowler, Your Honor.
And if someone would like to move the exhibits.
This witness has brought his whole home office.
Sir, if you'll take a seat right up here.
The prior witness has not yet vacated the stand.
Thank you.
There he goes. He's got his water. I think this was an eyewitness. I think it's an eyewitness.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat and you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear and the court reporter can hear. Can you state your name for the record?
I'm William Fowler.
And how do you spell your last name?
F-O-W-L-E-R.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Fowler. Can you just briefly introduce yourself to the jury? One, what do you currently do for a living?
I'm retired, but I work, went back to work for the San Antonio Riverwalk Association.
And sort of what's the reason you're here for today? Back in February 28, 2022, were you going to work for the San Antonio River Authority?
Yes, sir.
And where do you report to your employment or work?
When I was headed to that day was our marina, our parade boats. We were in between two events. We had just finished the Mardi Gras parade, and we were just starting to set up for the St. Patrick's Day parade.
I'll show you what's been marked State Exhibit number 73.
Do you know what that photo is, or can you identify that?
Yeah, that's 200 St. Mary's. That's where our marina is.
And can you point out on there where the marina is located?
Right. On the river.
On the lower river portion, yes. And you pointed down to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes.
So down there by the river, that's where the marina is, and that's where you were reporting to work. Is that right?
Sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's where I was headed.
And so when you're going there on February 28, 2022, how are you getting to that location?
I drive a Ford pickup truck.
And what color is that Ford pickup truck?
White.
And in this particular case, you know why you're here today. Were you, what road were you taking to drive to that location?
It's located on St. Mary's. I think I turned off of Houston Street and made a right turn to go south on St. Mary's.
And then, did you view any via video, bus video, for preparation for this case?
I have viewed videos, yes, sir.
Sorry, you just gotta make sure you speak up there. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. You did view that video?
Yes, sir.
And in that video, were you able to see your vehicle when it's in motion?
Yeah, it was interesting.
And did you see your vehicle when you arrived at that location?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do when you arrived at the location of where you were reporting to work?
In one of my usual parking spots, I just pulled up and was stepping out. I think that's on camera.
Okay.
In that video.
And in that video, did you see your vehicle pull up?
Yes, sir.
And you witnessed that whole video, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you parked, at the time when you were parking, what were your plans to do at that point after you parked your vehicle?
I just put my vehicle in park. I was double checking to make sure that I was up as far as I could be, because there's 3 parking spots in that area. One was already occupied, the one that I usually like to use. And so I took the forward one, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't too close to the curb. So I was just getting out of my car in that video.
And as you're getting out of your vehicle, did you notice anything that happened that day?
Yeah. I heard gunshots and I thought it was fireworks. I thought somebody, the thought that entered my mind was, who's the damn fool setting off firecrackers here downtown?
So your testimony is that you heard what you believe to be firecrackers or fireworks.
A string of firecrackers, yes.
And roughly what time of day was this?
It was before noontime, about roughly 11:30.
And when you hear what you believed was fireworks at the time, did you notice anything after that?
I saw a couple of people running toward in my direction, but I thought it was people trying to get away from the fireworks.
And who did you witness running towards towards your area?
Did I witness?
Yes, sir. You said 2 people. Can you describe them?
Yeah, one was the victim, the other one was a shooter.
And what did you witness? You stated one was a shooter. And what did you witness that shooter doing?
At the moment, I didn't realize that one was chasing the other. I thought they were both running together. It wasn't until the man in front, the victim, I thought tripped and fell. And he rolled over and he looked at the man following him. And the man following him came up and shot him. That's when I realized that it was a shooting.
How far were you from, if you can, in feet, or if you can tell me where to stand, how far away was the individual that was tripped and fell from you?
Well, the distance between you and I right now, about
Right
20 feet.
About this far?
Yes.
And you stated how many feet roughly?
Roughly 20 feet.
Roughly 20 feet. And so from this vantage point, are you in your vehicle or are you outside of your vehicle?
I'm still in my vehicle.
And was the door open or closed?
It was cracked open. I had just opened up the door, but it wasn't open. I just started to open the door.
And that person that you saw fall on the ground, did he fall towards you or did he fall away from you? Where was he at?
I thought he tripped and fell toward me.
So if I am that person, I tripped and fell towards you with my head towards you?
Yes, the head was toward me, but you were facing back around the other way.
Like this?
The other way.
This way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the person you said was shooting. If the person that was on the ground was here in front of me, where was the shooter?
A little farther back, about in that area from him.
And what did the shooter do after the individual fell on the ground?
He hesitated. He was running, but he changed his gait, his speed. He was almost in the crouching running mode, but when the guy fell down, he kind of stood up and walked for him instead of running for him.
And as he walked towards him, did he get closer than what I am right now?
Pretty much that area.
That area.
Time, it took about two or three steps toward the victim.
Okay. And then what did he do at that point?
That's when he shot him.
Where did he shoot him?
Shot him in the head.
And what did you witness as he shot him in the head?
Some flesh popping up this way, that away, and that away.
And did you see the person that was on the ground that was the complainant that was getting shot? Was he doing anything?
He was he had his hand up like this.
He had his hand up?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember if it was in front of his face or to the side, or do you recall?
I think it was in front. I think it was between him and the shooter.
I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 110. It's already been entered into evidence, but do you recognize this photo?
No.
Do you recognize?
That's my truck.
That's your truck in this photo?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you remember parking it that day?
Yes.
Okay. So state exhibit number 110, that white pickup truck is actually your white pickup truck. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
What I have up on the screen right now is the Via Bus video, which is state exhibit number 71. And it indicates on here that it is 11:23 with 45 seconds. And Mr. Fowler, on this video that you're looking at on your screen, do you happen to see your pickup?
I see it as a reflection in the window.
And is that the reflection that we see right there, roughly in the middle of the screen to the upper left?
Yes.
Is that your vehicle?
Yes, it is.
And are you behind the bus?
I am behind the bus.
Stop the video at 11:24 with 23 seconds. And Mr. Fowler, in this video, can this paused video, can you see your vehicle in that photo? Or
I see my vehicle positioning the park.
and so at this current time, is that up to the top right of the video?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I don't remember. This guy works for the River Walk
Mr. Fowler,
or something.
we just, I paused it at 11:24 minutes and 50 seconds. Where in this video where are you at?
I'm in the driver's seat of that pickup truck.
And is that the pickup truck that we see in the video where there's an individual on the ground?
Yes, sir.
And this is the individual that you testified earlier to that fell in front of your vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And is this the individual that the shooter shot in the head in front of you?
It is.
You also heard audio of several shots. Do you recall how many shots you heard?
No, just.
Do you recall if there's any pause in the shots?
It seemed like there was for the last shot.
The last shot?
But, to me, it was. I don't detect the pause here.
Rewind it and start it over camera angle of 07. I'm going to ask you just to view this, Mr. Fowler. I'm starting at 11:24 and 31 seconds. Mr. Fowler, this pause section of the video at 11:24 and 54 seconds, do you see yourself?
Yes, sir. I just exited the my pickup truck.
And can you just point on your screen where you are at? Thank you. I'm going to use the arrow on the computer and tell me, please, and the jury, if that's where you indicate that is you exiting your vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And you see the person that was shot and laying on the ground?
Yes, I do.
Now, Mr. Fowler, did you speak to the shooter at all?
I didn't speak to the shooter at all. Shooter did speak to me though.
And what did the shooter say to you?
Something to the effect of call 911 or call the police or something like that.
And what did you do then?
I was trying to make sense of what he was saying. Understood what he was saying, but I couldn't figure out why he was saying that.
And did you end up calling 911?
I was trying to. I was trying to unlock my cell phone. I was real nervous about it, but I did finally get into call 911.
And did police ever arrive at the scene?
As I got to 911, when I finally got into it, 2 officers arrived.
And what did those officers do?
They had their revolvers drawn and their bicycles to their side, and as they approached the shooter, they dropped the bicycles completely and apprehended them.
And that was the shooter that you saw shoot the individual that was on the ground?
Yes.
The shooter that shot the individual in the head?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness, Sean.
That's bad. I'm sorry, defense.
Thank you.
Revolvers was the only mistake I think he made. I don't think they were carrying revolvers. I think they were carrying semi-automatic pistols, but it's just my guess.
Mr. Fowler, from the time you heard the first shot until you heard the last shot, how much time you recall how much time you think went by?
It seemed like maybe 3 seconds or something like that. About 3 seconds.
So is it fair to say that the first thing that kind of drew your attention was when you heard the shots, correct? When you first started, that drew your attention to the people running? Did you see the running first and hear the shots later, or did you hear the shots first?
I heard shots first. Then I noticed people running.
Do you remember how many shots you heard first before you were able to focus in on anybody running?
I didn't focus on any shots, so I just thought I heard it. During the firecrackers, like when you'd shoot them off when you were a kid or something like that. I just thought somebody tossed out some firecrackers. I didn't pay any attention to a shot until the last shot.
Okay. And it's fair to say that you didn't hear any, if there were conversations between the shooter and the person that was shot,
I didn't hear any conversations at all.
So it's fair to say you wouldn't be able to say, well, whether or not you heard something or saw something that led up to that, you wouldn't know.
No, sir.
Now, you're testified that they're both running in direction or the direction of your vehicle, correct?
Toward the direction of my vehicle, yes, sir.
And I believe you testified that the person that was doing the shooting was saying call 911 or something like that.
That's what he was saying to me after I exited my vehicle, yes, sir.
Okay. And how close did that person get to you? I mean, in terms of...
He was within 20 feet. Okay. He was closer than the victim.
Okay. Was he speaking in a tone like I'm speaking to you, or was he yelling? Or
he was yelling.
He was yelling. Did it appear that there was some either anxiety or excitement in the voice that you could determine?
No, really. Anxiety, I felt, was from me. What I observed just didn't make any sense to me.
Okay. So, any repeated call 911, was it 1, 2, 3 times? Or do you remember how many times?
I'm sure a good 3 or 4 times maybe.
3 or 4 times.
It was alternated with call 911, call the police, call 911, call the police.
And this person, you said that did the shooting at that point, were you able to determine whether that person stayed on the scene, or did that person leave the scene? Or
No, he was standing right there looking at me and scared the hell out of me.
Taking it easy.
But my question, he didn't run away from the scene or anything?
No, he did not.
Do you recall approximately how long it took for the first officers to arrive?
It seemed like a long time, but it couldn't have been a whole minute, no way. Maybe 30 seconds, but it seemed like a long time.
Okay. Did the person that was the shooter, did he, when he told you to call the police, the time that expired from the time he told you to call the police and the time the police arrived, did he stay in the same position, the same location, or did he move?
He may have been walking that immediate corner, within a few feet, moving around.
The court reporter has gone to longhand.
State.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state, Your Honor.
Excused.
All right.
Second one is excused.
Call your next witness.
State rest.
State rests.
All right.
Boom.
Defense, would you like a short break?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, everyone, I'm going to give you a short break. We're going to come back at 5. Remember my instructions.
You heard the
All
judge.
right,
We get a
everyone,
sharp break. Excuse me, a short break, and and we'll continue. The defense is going to. There's going to be a couple things that happen when the defense comes back. First of all, they're going to make some motions. The first one is a motion to basically dismiss this. Have the judge throw it out, saying the prosecution did not plead the elements of the case. There's no evidence to support the charges. Yeah. I heard chart. I'm just saying. Sorry, it's a little crass, but so hey, how's it going? Sorry, no, I'm not going to explain what I was just talking about. How are you doing? Oh man, let's see. They're going to make that motion. They're going to. It's going to be denied because the state will come out and say, actually, we presented plenty of evidence. We met all all our burden of proof, and this is should be decided by the jury, and the judge is going to rule in favor of the prosecution on there, as she has to, because if there's any evidence that goes towards that, she has to look at it in the light most favorable to the prosecution, in this case. So it's going to go forward. There's like a 0.001% chance that this would get denied or this would get approved by the judge. It's going to be denied. So that's the first thing. And then we have the issue of the opening statement. The defense did not make an opening statement in this case yet. They reserved the right to do it later. It's like in football when you can reserve the right to, you choose what you want to do in the second half. We want to receive in the second half or something. We'll defer. Well, they've deferred, and so now we have this opportunity for the defense to come out and make their statement after the prosecution is done. And this sort of is a way to hold your cards really close to the chest, because if you come out and you tell at the beginning of the case, this is what we think happened, this is our defense, this is why he did, this is why it's self-defense, then in the prosecution and the witnesses, they can sort of craft their sentences or their questions to address the things you're going to be bringing up as a defense. And they can sort of do an end run and sort of block your goal because they know where you're going to try to score. So we're going to see what their theory of defense is here. If they elect, they don't have to give a statement. Okay, they might just call a witness or just say arrest and give it to the jury. They didn't prove it, and we're gonna let it drop. So that's going to happen. And either way, we're going to be done with the evidence portion of the trial tonight, as the judge has promised. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to start. Well, it might be tomorrow afternoon. I think judge has a docket in the morning, so we'll have to figure out what we're doing in the morning. But tomorrow, there's the hiccups. When the jury trial starts tomorrow, then we start with the closing statements. Then it goes to get the jury instructions and all that, and it goes to deliberation. And I think it will be fairly quick. DSN gifted a membership. Thank you so much, DSN. Appreciate that very much. That went to Rona. Congratulations, Rona. That can help with the hiccups. What can? Happy birthday, Skunk-a-Bacon. Skunk-a-Bacon. I thought you looked different. Says Lewis. You're looking old. How? What are you sharing? How many days it is? Oh no, I lost my greens. Skunk-a-Bacon. Where's the birthday? Did I miss the original confession of age? There's afternoon, everyone. Where were you when we were singing this morning, Skunk-a-Bacon? I don't know. Corndog just gifted a membership as well, and that one went to Deidre Hodges. Congratulations, Deidre. It's Shunk-a-Bacon, not Skunk-a-Bacon. Sheesh. Why have I always called you Skunk-a-Bacon? And why am I just now seeing that that's not a K? Are my eyes that bad? Shunk-a-Bacon. Thank you for the correction, Red Pen. As always, the one person with the red pen who makes the corrections on all the mistakes catches another one of mine. Thank you very much, Red Pen, for that. And Shunk-a-Bacon, I am so sorry for calling you Skunk-a-Bacon and for all these years. It seems like it's been a long time. But happy birthday, Shunka. Just one more thing I got wrong in life. Red Pen, thank you very much. There is no one else I would rather have grade all my mistakes than you, Red Pen. First of all, you will catch them all, and that makes me a little bit better, and I know it's done lovingly. So even if I fail, then I know it's that you're still rooting for me. Okay, so will the defense try to give their opening statement and make it seem like it's evidence? Jackie, maybe. We haven't seen that from the defense lawyer yet. We have seen that he struggles a little bit in wording objections, although he seems to have objections at the right time. He's not making objections that are just like unfounded and out of place. We've seen a couple of those where he was objecting as hearsay to statements by the defendant, which would be an exception to hearsay. So those were a lot out of place, but for the most part, he sort of knows the law, and I mean, he must have paid attention in law school. So when it comes to the opening statements, we don't know if we're going to have a very, very slow opening statement. We could be in for a very long closing as well from him. So we'll see. Oops, I almost reported somebody's comment, which wasn't bad. So Kevin says, been another awesome day with our BFF Recovery Addict. Can't wait to hear what he does from here and what his plan is. Kevin, we've got some big plans for some of the big cases coming up, but in the meantime, we're sort of fluid. We've got some options. Waiting for your party. It's the 60th. Angie, there's your party right there. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to Angie. Shunka Bacon as well. Happy birthday to you as well. We sang this morning. I'm not sure if I can sing twice. It might be illegal. Have to put him on 2x speed. Mary, we're on live. We're on live. We can't do it. We can't speed anything up. Should we take bets on who falls asleep during defense opening? Angelica, I realize that if we do that, if we do a poll on who falls asleep first, I realize that I am one of the options on the poll. It's going to be me. It's going to be the defendant. It's going to be the judge. One of the three of us are just going to get a little bit of rest during the defense opening. Maybe all three. Big cases are the best to watch. We're going to have some big ones coming up. And I realize the big ones we've been hoping for, most of them got pushed. Probably the soonest big one we have is Sarah Boone. And we do have document from Sarah Boone today. Actually, her lawyer has the new lawyer that she's just assigned went right to work and filed some paperwork. So we're going to probably look at that tomorrow morning. Greeners, thank you very much for sending me that as well. But we'll look at the paperwork the lawyer filed just to show that he's getting to work and what he wants and he's getting up to speed. This is good news. Anyway, we'll turn down the happy birthday music here in the background. My vote for the judge in the poll, says Christian Mama, sorry. Can defense opening be based on the evidence already presented by the prosecutor? Openings are not evidence. Openings should be basically it's like a preview. It's like reading the prologue, saying here's what you're going to see. Here's what we're going to show you. But it's not evidence. Listen to Learn says I fell asleep twice today. Turned 65 yesterday and it hit hard. Oh man, get some rest. Get some rest. This is the golden years of life. You need to live it up and love it. Get plenty of rest. Treat yourself right. Hope I don't miss anything except the verdict watch. Debbie, hopefully you missed the long closing statement by defense. What paperwork did he file? His resignation? No, John, he's actually gone to work. I was worried because so many lawyers have dealt with Sarah Boone already. I was worried that he would be like, hey, sorry, Your Honor, I actually can't represent her for XYZ legal reason, which would have caused even further delays. But the fact that he right away has filed this motion, he's buckling down and getting to work, means that we could be optimistic for that court date to hold, and we could. I can't even remember what our court date is right now, but it could be going forward pretty quickly, and that might be our next big case, our first big case. Didn't know defense could delay opening until after prosecution's testimony. It's rare. Eltefez, it's rare, but we've seen it a couple times. They can't have a verdict until I'm in the car listening. We'll tell them to hold off. We'll call the judge, be like, look, no new purses for you unless you hold off on the verdict. Larry Millette murder trial. Original Sin, tell me a little bit about that one. Because California is difficult, right? California is difficult, but it's not impossible to get video. It's just the process is a little more painful to request. You need to really jump through the hoops to make it happen. But if it's one that another media outlet has sort of paved the way for, it does get a little bit easier. We just have to, find an agreement with that other media outlet, and maybe I might need to fly to California. If anyone ever says buckling down in person, I'm walking away. Well, Ivan, that might be the only time I've used that statement this year, but I do occasionally use it. Matthew Harris says he likes to do opening after state's closed. I think it gives the defense the advantage there, and it gives you a chance to sort of reset the jury after they've heard a lot of stuff. Killed his wife, but they haven't found her body yet. Ooh, no body trials are interesting, are very interesting. What's the last no body trial we had? Was that Zachariah Anderson? Jeff says, have you heard of the Cara Rintala case in MA? Fourth trial just started. She's accused of killing her wife. Jeff, I think Brandy Churchwell is covering that trial on her channel. I saw a thumbnail saying she was covering that one. I have not followed that. But the part that interests me in this is this, the fourth trial. Anytime you have 4 trials, I want to know, first of all, what happened to the first 3? And then why do we think the fourth one will be any different? That'll be interesting. I have to catch up on Brandy's show to see what that trial's like. I hear the judge in that trial was might be featured on Brandy's calendar. Let's put it that way. Is that the right trial? The trial starts in October for is that for, are you talking about Sarah Boone or for the Carla Rintala case? Yes, Brandy's covering. Wonderful. She's going to do a great job. Brandy is absolutely incredible. What she does very, very well. Puts in a ton of work and effort. I don't know how she does it, honestly. If she's not live streaming, she's prepping for her next live stream or a podcast, and she just puts in the work. It's awesome. And the most amazing thing, she's about to hit 10,000 subscribers. If you haven't subscribed to Brandy Churchwell's channel, realize that you not only get Brandy, but you also get JT when you subscribe to Brandy Churchwell, which is like a twofer, 2 for 1. So I'd highly recommend you go over there, give them the subscription, and watch some of their stuff. If you can on live, that's great. If you want to be here instead, that's great. You can catch them on replay. But it'll be awesome. I can tell you that when the 10,000 subscriber party rolls around, I definitely want to be there and celebrate with them because they definitely have earned it. Let's see. My phone is officially on its last leg. I hate buying new phones because they're just like the last, but bam, $600. How do you say this? Tell me you like Android without telling me you like Android. Is that too much, Ivan? My phone is I have an iPhone, but it's the iPhone 12. I think the 15 just came out. Or is it just being released? I don't think it's shipped yet. But the phone still works beautifully. There's plenty of space on it. I've almost any problem I've had on it is probably self-caused. The screen's not cracked. It holds a charge. It's wonderful. See, I have Sarah Boone pretrial for the 20th. Is this an old date? CC, I think there is a pretrial date in there somewhere, and I'd have to go and look at the Orange County court records again. There's a pretrial date, and then there's a court date. I'm not sure if it's going to hold, though. The pretrial will tell us for sure. Let's see, do not read chat if you do that. I forgot what I was talking about already. Missed my Android. Judy says I have an iPhone 7. I had the original iPhone. I think it was, but I got it like years later. I've never been the latest and greatest sort of person. I usually wait till they're cheaper. Although I did get the Apple, the iWatch. I got that because it tracks my steps, and the company I worked for gave me like cash back for participating in a wellness program and showing that I was walking my steps. I didn't even have to walk a certain number, but just showing that I was tracking my steps made me eligible. So it paid for itself from those payments. So that's the only reason why I got the watch. Oh, you do have an iPhone, Ivan. I was wrong. I eat my words. A wise man once told me that I should make my words soft and sweet so that when the time comes for me to eat them, they will taste good and be easy to chew. So I will do that. I'll eat my words here now. For the 4th trial at Brandy's, going back here, do not read the chat if you do that. Okay, I will. I'll just keep chat off. I realized they had a little bit of spiciness over there. I buy people's used stuff. It works. If it works and it saves money, it's great. I heard the new iPhone's giving off a ridiculous amount of, keyword is radiation, I think. think radiation. There it is, radiation. I've heard that as well. I thought it was the previous model, the 14, was doing that. Brandy was running on 3 hours sleep today from working on podcast. Brandy needs to take care of herself. We love what she does. We love what she does, but she's got to be careful. I don't want her to burn out, first of all, because I want her to stay around in true crime for as long as she wants to do it. But just if you're over there, encourage her to take her time and not feel rushed. We will be here for her. We'll be here for her when she releases content, and we want to support her that way. So just let her know that you support her, even if it's not every day's broadcasting, because she puts so much work into what she does. Sherry, the worst part about this watch that I wear, as we're still on break here, about to have the defense start their part of the case. The worst part about the watch is when I'm sitting for a long period of time and it tells me that my heart rate is elevated and it does not appear that I'm exercising. That happens occasionally. Red Pen, thank you very much for gifting a membership. That's awfully generous of you. That one is going to Jeff Lagoy. Congratulations, Jeff. Red Pen was your generous benefactor. Who did I hit? Says Red Pen. You hit Jeff. I have not listened to Brandy's Karen Reed podcast. Brandy has been digging into that Karen Reed situation quite a bit, and it was awesome. We had Lee and Shells, who jointly own the internet today, were up there at the Karen Reed protest and provided a bunch of pictures and things for Brandy on that. Sent some to me as well. Just incredible. That case, just something doesn't feel right about it. And I realize some people are like 100% pro-prosecution and saying defense is lying about everything, and then you've got people on the defense side saying, look, this just doesn't add up. Somebody's not telling the truth, and how can this be moving forward? The judge is somewhere in the middle, and there's all the regular arguments back and forth about discovery and things that seem to be stretching a little further than they should. It is crazy. It's crazy, and I want to see how that one shakes out in the wash. But because somebody there is lying, somebody is not telling the truth. The facts are just so wild and different that it would seem like if a shred of what the defense says is true, this should have never gone to trial. And then on the other side, if a shred of what the prosecution said is true, defense might lose their license to practice law. It's that disparate. It's separate. Different. There's such a huge space between the two positions that it's not some sort of compromise and both can be right situation. Katrina Hetherington gifted one membership that went to Lone Star YouTube, Lone Star YT. Kevin H gifted a membership and that went to Ricochet Visuals. Congratulations, Ricochet Visuals. And John Link, member for 5 months. Woohoo! Next month you get a yellow courthouse, John. That is super exciting. Thank you very much. Good to have you all here with us. I'm not usually into conspiracies, says Lee, but the KR case is crazy. It is crazy. And that's it. Here's the thing. I'm pro law enforcement. As a general rule, I'm not the person that says, I know there's statements out there, you're pro law enforcement until law enforcement's, anti you, and then it changes. But I'll just say that in my interactions with law enforcement, I have come across, by and large, individuals who are working for too little money, who are putting their life on the line and doing good work, and generally are kind and are there to serve. I mean, it says to serve and protect on the side of most of these vehicles, and that's what I see. I see people who will go out of their way. They're not just there to fill a quota and write tickets and ruin people's week. They're stopping, they're changing tires, and they're giving rides when to people who didn't, and they pick somebody up that's in a poor situation, and they literally out of pocket help them and try to get them back on their feet. I've witnessed this personally over and over. So for me, it's very difficult to say, that cops are bad, and even when you get an allegation that an individual cop is bad, I want to see the proof. I want to see, show me, is this just somebody who's vindictive because they got caught, or is there truth to it? And in this case, it seems that if the defense is right in the Karen Reed case, many cops not just one, but many cops are in on this in some way. And so that intrigues me. I can't wait to hear what Brandy has to say about this. Katrina, did you just gift, is that button stuck? Did you just gift another membership? It went to Tracy R. Thank you very much for that. Debbie Blair, member for 5 months, says, thanks to everyone for being such an awesome chat group. RA, you are the best. Thank you for the kind words, Debbie. Appreciate that. Really, it would not be the same without you here. So appreciate your kindness. And congratulations on the 5 months. Speaking of kindness, my daughter just brought me a delicious salad. Right there. Tasty. Looks like it's got some chicken on the top. It's got all the good stuff. We're gonna start with a little piece of avocado because you can never go wrong with that. Thank you. That is delicious. I will eat it in like an hour when I have a minute. How long of a break did they take? Says Judy. It may be a little long. They're prepping. They're switching from being on cross to being on direct. And their opening statements are coming up right here as well. So the judge is probably going to give them about 15 minutes to get set. Let's see. Lois Cox just gifted a membership. That went to Carissa K. Congratulations, Carissa. Lois, thank you so much. I appreciate you spreading the wealth there and inviting other people to come up and sit by you on the front row, which is one of the perks of membership. Salad looks so good. Enjoy it. I will when the judge comes back and defense starts with their opening or that process. I'll take a bite or two. Where's this case? This is in Bexar County, Texas, San Antonio area, I believe. Carissa says, I just lost my courthouse a couple days ago. Thank you so much, Lois Cox. So generous of you with the pink heart. Thank you very much. It's awesome when the recipient is right there. Coffee and Crime just gifted 5 memberships. Those went to Christian Mama, Portland Trailblazers TV, you're green again, Ed Jr., Patty Girl, Law Texas, Sierra Logan. Sierra Logan, that yours came from Katrina Hetherington. So that slid together and combined those two. But thank you very much, both Coffee and Crime and Katrina, for the continued generosity. It's 5 o'clock in Texas, but we're not going home yet. The judge just said we're going to wrap this thing up today, and we're going to be here for that. It's 6 o'clock here. My meeting starts at, let me check my Zoom invite. I think it's 7:30. Oh man, I've got a million emails. Who added me to all these lists? See the email from Greener. There it is. Zoom invite for tonight's debriefing and agenda. 7:30. So at 7:30, I have to be distracted, but we'll keep the feed going. I can switch to another device and do my Zoom meeting over there. We're not going to miss anything. Latex, yay, got your membership back. Thanks, Coffee and Crime. You guys are so generous. This is the best community on the internet to watch true crime. I'm glad to share this community with some amazing channels, and Brandy Churchwell is one of them. We've also got some like the true crime grizzly crowd that comes through here as well. I see that. I see a little bear there. I see a bear. I'm grateful for all of you as well. Great community. Is the case running late today? Lisa, we just got a break because they switched. The prosecution just rested, so defense is about to take over. They asked for a brief break before they start. So yeah, we are definitely running a little late today. Dodie, I have dinner in front of me, and it smells delicious. It's a tasty salad. Can we get some walnuts in here ever? Red Pen, I'm behind. There were a couple sound bites I needed. We needed the judge in this case, which I can't even remember the day when she chastised everyone, told them to knock it off or stop it or something like that. I need that sound. We need the walnut sound from or the soundbite from the manhunt where they said, I heard shots fired. Never mind, it was just a walnut landing on the hood of a car or something like that. We need that as well. Carrie says, I love Brandy and being here. Brandy's amazing. She's absolutely wonderful. Let's see. Any word on the missing jet? We've been sort of following that in the news. We figured out that it took off from sort of halfway between, was it Savannah and Charleston, and it could have gone as far as about 1,200 miles. Pilot ejected. Autopilot was engaged. It just continued flying, and we don't know where it was autopiloting to. So 1,200 mile range could have put it in South America, all the way into Canada, way out in the ocean. Or as far west as Kansas, Oklahoma, maybe even the edge of Texas. Love the Grizzly Crew too. G has a great channel. She does. I think she's up in like Iceland right now on a trip up in Iceland, just showing some just incredible video up there. All right, a walnut emoji. I can do walnut emojis, but I can't build one while talking. It ends up I just get really quiet and ignore you guys for a little while. We'll get a walnut emoji. What? There's official Grizzly Addict. What is the meaning behind the walnut? I mean, when would be the appropriate time in a trial to use the walnut emoji? Kevin, I was hoping nobody would ask me this question because I do not know the answer. I don't know the charges. We jumped in on this case right at the last minute, and really we were playing catch up. So I don't know if this is a death penalty case or not. It seems to be, I would say not, but I don't know. I think Texas does have the death penalty. Pilot is found, was I think in the hospital recovering. Beryl Foster, catch up tomorrow. Have a great night. Get some rest. We'll see you then. Angelica says, Angelica with a J, I'm in Canada. I'll let you know when it flies by, guys. You guys already, remember when we had the flyover with like the balloon, the Chinese balloon or something, the weather balloon that flew over Canada and the US? Can you believe that was this year? A walnut would be like squirrel or nothing burger. Okay, so that would be appropriate. Squirrel is when we're distracted, right? But walnut is when somebody tries to land a big aha moment and it really is nothing, like the rogue walnut. Okay, we're going to get a walnut emoji, and possibly, I don't know if I can do a sound effect tied to an emoji, but if I could do like a thunk sort of sound effect, like a walnut hitting the hood of a car. No death penalty. Thank you very much for that, Jackie. We'll see if we can do a walnut emoji and sound effect. Venomous Vortex is here. Hi, RA, with the Grizzlies. Good to have you here, Venomous Vortex. Appreciate you. Every time the judge says overruled, thunk. It would be a thud. It's not like you're resonating. It has to be sort of like a dud type sound. Like you expect a noise and there is one, but it's less impressive than you thought. Ed Jr., the juvenile breakout in PA, all 9 were caught. They started late last night, and I stayed up pretty late following this because my phone buzzed nonstop as so many people are like, it's happening again, manhunt. The search is on, planes in the air, or something like that. It was helicopters in the air. They're setting up a perimeter. I followed it this morning. I even built a thumbnail to go live. And let's see. I think I was watching like T-Rev or something on the internet, watching the feed as 5 of them were caught around 6 o'clock in the morning. And I thought, this is going to be, I think they're all going to be together. They're in their undies, basically. Like, it's 55 degrees out there. They're in boxer shorts and tank tops because they stripped off their prison outfits. I'm like, this is going to wrap up pretty quick. And it did. So we didn't go live. But I had prepped it in case it got big. The walnut had me during the live. I like the soundbite of the dispatcher saying, it was a walnut, quietly. What county are they in? Bexar County is where this case is. Bexar County, Texas. That's spelled Bexar. Walnut is vaporware. Walnut equals never mind. These are good things. The plane. Yes, the plane. It's an even sadder sounding party horn. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't. How do you like to be the officers? Like, shots fired. I've heard shots fired. And they're like, never mind, it was a walnut. Yeah, because those two sounds are frequently mixed up. Crafty Mama, local from PA. This was down the road from where DC was caught. Just a few miles away. It's amazing. And you wonder if they got the idea from hearing about it on the news or something. For Halloween this year, I'm going to give out walnuts while wearing my This Is My Prison Escape hoodie, says Red Pen. You might receive eggs, Red Pen, just as a heads up. You might receive them and receive them quickly at your house. Just be aware. How about a lullaby sound effect? This is the closest thing I have to a lullaby sound effect, but that would be funny. If I doze off, I start hearing music. I would drift off into La La Land if I heard this music. But Ricochet Visuals, think I should stream this United Auto Workers strike here at my work? Those can get political. We try to stay away from political stuff so we're not going to cover that here. But it's definitely a big thing. It's a big deal. It's causing attention. Okay. Too bad they didn't have my hoodie. The squirrel's just a rat in a fancy fur coat. They do have some remarkable resemblances. I don't know how long they gave him his break, but I don't think they're going to call any witnesses. We don't. Hang on, to send a message to Mrs. R.A. real quick. I think she's gone. I got an email that she needs, a text message that she needs. Hey, I got a text for you with a link if you need it. All right. I have a super embarrassing trick-or-treating story. By super embarrassing, it is extremely, extremely embarrassing. It was a mistake. It was a simple mistake, and it just so happens to have played out in larger than life situation. I may share it on the next podcast, but you might have to remind me because I forget. I don't know. Oh, they found the jet. Where did they find it? Let's look online here. Let's check the Twitter webs and see. Okay, let's see. F-35, latest. Found in Williamsburg County. Williamsburg. In Indianatown, South Carolina, Williamsburg County. If you see an F-35 jet, say something. Oh, man. Yeah. How embarrassing. They'll pick it up. They'll take it back to where it belongs. All right, that's good. The jet is no longer missing. That didn't go very far. Closer to you, not me in Oklahoma, says Debbie. Brian, I think that short break or the sharp break is how I heard it, is what they took. Hello, Mrs. R.A., are you here in chat? Or just waving? I'm not sure. Okay, she might not be listening. It is going to go tomorrow, but it's going to be closing statements tomorrow. I think we're going to have the defense rest tonight. I really think so. They found the plane in a stolen dairy van. Had the keys in it. Keys in the ignition. Red Pen is writing the embarrassing Halloween story reminder down in my notebook, so it's going to be remembered. It'll have to be at the podcast. First of all, it's a story that is it borderline needs to be told later in the evening. Just put the kids to bed. Let's get the podcast going, and then we'll share the story. 590 people won't tell. They will. This will live in infamy on the internet, I think. Anyway, finders keepers on the jet. If only $80 million jet. Even if you crash it, it's still worth, I'd say, several million. We actually, Red Pen, we live in an area that has a ton of trick-or-treaters. And people come from all over, from neighboring towns to trick-or-treat on our road, on our street, mostly because our neighbors decorate so well. We don't. We don't do pretty much anything. We put a couple little small signs out the night before, and that's it. Did I accidentally hand out vodka to kids? No, it's not that bad, but close. You're on the right, in the same, not the right genre, but close to the right amount of seriousness. Oh man, I have to eat a large soft pretzel and a Monte Cristo sandwich. I need to do those as well. Can I have it is there a place that makes Monte Cristo sandwiches that I could Uber to myself so it would arrive during the podcast and I could try it on the podcast? And now the rest of the story. And I miss Paul Harvey. Those were the days, really. How many of you guys, show of hands, how many of you guys knew who Paul Harvey was and miss listening to him read the news? Did the judge fall asleep or get locked out of the courtroom? I'm not sure what happened here, but we're sort of in a holding pattern. No, it was not weed. It was not weed. Was not drugs. It was a verbal faux pas. It was a verbal faux pas. I'll say that much. The judge is waiting for delivery on another handbag. She'll be in shortly. I like the show of hands for Paul Harvey. And Prairie Home Companion. Oh, man. That's good stuff right there. That is good stuff. I'm not going to confirm anything right now. It's pretty much none of you, I will tell you, none of you will guess this. None of you will guess what it was because you had to have been there and understand the situation, and there's just a lot of elements at play. I think the judge is telling the defense team off. I wonder if she gave him a full half hour. It seems like a long time. She must know that they're going to rest. Lake Wobegon. Okay. Yes, I'm Paul Harvey. What a voice. I will tell you on the podcast on Friday. I will do that. It's been 40 minutes. Honestly, I would say that I would list Paul Harvey as one of my influences growing up. Listening to him tell the story and his just his tone and his constancy, and I mean that was a voice you could just trust. Love that. Just absolutely love that. Is this case any good? It depends if you're on the prosecution or on the defense. I'll say, Rosebud, when this one started, we thought it was going to be just a slam dunk for the prosecution, and you never would have known that major things would happen, like the medical examiner's testimony get thrown out, and so we have no medical examination results testified to in the trial. That's huge. I mean, cause of death, trajectories for all the bullets, number of wounds. That's massive in a murder trial. We don't have those anymore. So now we just have a bus video. Saw movement in the glass of the door. I'm only seeing the witness stare. I don't see any glass anywhere. Yeah, well, this is a teaser, and we'll string you out till the very end of the podcast to share it at the end. You have a voice like Paul Harvey. Thank you, Christian Mama. I think that is a compliment, even though I don't feel like I do, but I appreciate the kind words. Judge didn't tell us the time. She just told them that she needed a break. It's turned into 45 minutes, or they needed a break. Carrot Bringer says, why did it get thrown out? Talking about the medical examiner's report. The medical examiner who did the autopsy is no longer with the medical examiner's office. And so they brought the custodian of records who did not sign off on any of the paperwork, was not present for the autopsy, didn't do any of the work. They brought him to testify to the medical examination because he was the custodian of records. And the objection from the defense was this was all hearsay for him because he was not present for any of it. The judge sustained it and said, you're right. The only thing they allowed him to do was because of his, I guess he's very much involved in photography there as far as photographing the corpses. So he knows very well the process and how this works, and he can speak to the photographs. So the judge allowed him to talk. So all we got was the 26 pictures from the autopsy. We got to see, well, we didn't see, but they showed in court the pictures, and he described them without the benefit of knowing what the autopsy actually revealed. So we just basically had exterior wounds pictures. And he was saying, well, this looks like an entry wound, and that looks like an exit wound. But without doing an autopsy or knowing what the autopsy showed, I can't tell you if this was the same bullet or if they were completely different bullets. So it really messes up. It really messes up the whole scenario of the theory of the prosecution of how things went down. Bullet casings got thrown out as well because the witness said they could have been there for weeks before the shooting occurred. Let's see. The brother identifying the victim in the photos helped the prosecution. Yes, and that came in so quickly. I almost think that defense missed a chance to object, but really, what could they object to at that point? They brought the family member up there. He said, do you know what this is? Yes, that's a medical examiner report. And who is that? That's my brother. Boom, it's out. And they said, no further questions. Just 2 questions to him, and that was it. That was the only way they were able to actually link the victim's name to the pictures. Everything else that had been objected to and sustained. Judge says break until 5. What? Are you serious? Do you have another half hour? Paul Harvey and every broadcast with good day. Yes, he did. He did. And that's the rest of the story. Or now the rest of the story. And the page numbers of turning. And the funny thing is he literally sat there and read the newspaper. He'd read it. And he wouldn't read everything, but he'd read through the articles. I should do audiobooks. PPC, fun little fact. I did a little recording recently. I did a little voiceover work for a company. So depending on the part of the country you're in, you might hear my voice when you're watching a little video explaining something. So I just did one of those. That was fun. It's 5:30 in Texas now. We're half an hour late. So I'm 6:30 now. PPC, what audiobooks are you talking about? Because I hear every mistake I make. I hear listen how many times I mispronounce words. Not just names, but full-on words. Stephen King, it would scare me to death. I wouldn't sleep for weeks. I can't read that stuff. I'd be terrified. It's 5:30 in Texas now. Any minute now. My salad is getting warm. And it has olives on it. So I think I've got romaine lettuce, cucumbers, tomatoes, avocado, olives, like a peppered. I'm not sure what kind of chicken this is. I mean, it's chicken, but I'm not sure what kind of seasonings they are. Very good, though. Very, very good. Just eat more ASMR moments. That's not the good ASMR. That's the stuff that that nobody wants to hear. Okay. Salads are temperature immune. No, lettuce does poorly when it gets warm. It gets sort of soggy. We're all caught up. I just... Pamper Glamper says, I can literally slap anyone eating with their mouth open. See, this is why I can't do it, because I would start talking when something exciting happened. This was supposed to be a short break. If I try to eat, she'll come back. Worse, if I try to eat, she won't come back, and I'll just be here eating on stream, which is... I'm not a fan of that. Ooh, hard-boiled egg is delicious. Delicious. Why do some people grill romaine? I've never heard of that. John Davenport, I don't think you'll find cheerwine out west. It's really local out here. The judge did say something about places to eat, right? Stephen, Walmart, the pickles are Sam's Choice, which is a Walmart brand, and they're usually top shelf, spicy maple bourbon pickles. Don't accidentally grab the habanero ones, the mango habanero, because that's all the way different. Not the same. Kind of sort of Leanne says, remember that commercial, I don't eat salads, my dinner eats salads? Yes, yes. I have to see, I consider myself quite blessed. I'm only allergic to poison ivy that I know of, but I'm very allergic to poison ivy. All I have to do is look at some poison ivy. I think it can even be on TV. I just have to look at the poison ivy and I'll get it. It's that bad. And then I usually need to be on like prednisone or something, some huge steroid to control the spread. Are the spicy ones hot or just a little spicy? The spicy maple bourbon pickles, they do say they're hot and spicy. And when you eat them by themselves, they are. But it's a unique thing. When you put it on a sandwich or something else, it loses a lot of that heat, that punch, the fire. So if you don't like the spicy side of them, use them on a sandwich or include it with other things. Don't eat poison ivy. You never know what's in some of these mixed salads, though. I mean, I've seen like dandelion leaves and everything. Like I literally pick those out of my yard. Yes, Patricia G. I think I'm at the point where they pretty much can kill me. I used to go fishing up a little canyon. We lived at the mouth of a canyon as a kid. So during the summer, I'd go fishing maybe 5 days a week. I'd just hike up the canyon and catch little fish, little trout, 14 inches or so, nothing massive. And poison ivy, always. And it just got worse and worse. And now here I came to North Carolina and I try metal detecting in the woods, and it eats me alive. It's a little late for a plea bargain. I don't think the judge allows those late plea bargains in this case. She usually says, "Hey, if you want to move forward, it's now or never." Yeah, Lois, I can't be on the ground in that sort of a search. I can fly the drone from the parking lot. That's about as close as I can get. Yes, there is a tailgate going on for the football game. Maybe she's catching up. When's kickoff? She might be distracted. Cheerwine is in New Jersey. I've got a tiny bit left. Let me see what it says here. Manufactured by independent bottlers under the authority of Carolina Beverage Corp. Salisbury, North Carolina. If I had to describe the flavor of Cheerwine, I would say Dr. Pepper and black cherry soda, sort of mixed. I like to think that we're not sinking to the topic of food, but we're rising to the topic of food. It's always appropriate to talk about it. Certain Macy grocery stores. Try Farmington Station. That one used to have a good selection. Adam says, I was just working on a message to RA that he used disparate correctly. Pronunciation it right too. We're giving him a crisis of confidence. Yes. I associate with a gentleman who's a professor at ECU. And this guy is like a walking dictionary. And every single day, it doesn't matter. You could go up to him and say, hey, how are the kids doing or something, just something very simple, just an easy conversation. And he will deliver a response that has a word you have never heard of in your life. And he'll use it in context and it will flow seamlessly from his mouth. And you almost have to like jot it down. It's like, I don't even know how many, 16 syllables in that word. And so anytime I interact with him, it's always a learning experience. And I've tried to broaden my vocabulary because I realize I'm very weak at that. I use the same descriptive words, and I say a lot. But so I'm working on that as a little bit at a time, but I don't want to make mistakes because I'm very self-conscious about that as well. Did someone say food? Yes, it's bring your own food right now. A Cheerwine float from Cookout is top notch. I have never had the Cheerwine float. Do you think it would work with cookie two-step ice cream? My camera is completely off. I'm going to see if we can turn it back on here. I don't know we had one. There's a Ryobi pump. I think it's no. Which car? Chip. Is it looking low?
The car says it's low.
27, 28? What?
28. It's too late. You put a bunch in one tire, and so now they don't match. And we just
How much is in the one?
We don't know.
What's the readout say on inside the car? No, inside the car it has a measurement on the screen.
It doesn't say until you go over 60 miles an hour.
Okay. Don't put a bunch of air in. Sorry, we've got some tire issues. It could cause a blowout. Car issues. Smoked cheddar, 4 cheese, gnocchi. is it gnocchi? And cheddar garlic bread for supper. Your place is set. Sounds delicious. I've always liked testing out cheeses. I'm trying to say less, Bella, but now that I've told you that I say a lot, you're going to hear it every time I say it. Had cookie two-step ice cream for snack today. I thought we were going to say for lunch today, which would also be acceptable. Okay. Gnocchi. Red Pen, what's the G for? Just to throw people like me off? The old car, one of the tires was low. My son, the driver, decided to put a lot of air in, but now he doesn't know how much air he's put in. He doesn't have a tire pressure gauge. He just put a lot of air in, and it won't read the pressure until you go over 60 miles an hour from inside the car. So it could be like 85 pounds and it's going to blow up, but we don't know. Pronounced gnocchi. It's silent, it's Italian. Chris Imez, welcome. Thanks for clicking the subscribe button. Good to have you here. We're talking about food as we wait for court to begin this last little bit. We have a little bit left of court where the defense is either going to rest. They're probably going to make a couple of motions asking for the judge to throw this whole case out, which will be denied. That'll take just a couple of minutes, depending on how long the defense stretches that out. And then, does the defense call any witnesses? Does the defendant testify in his own defense? I don't think he should at this time. I don't think he will. Because there are too many discrepancies in his story. They want to bring those up in front of the jury again. The break is now an hour long. Like GNOME, the G is silence. See how I did that? GNOME. I learn something new every day, Regina. I'm among the smartest people on the internet. I'm not saying I'm one of them. I'm among them. Literally. You are here and I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. I think they went home and forgot about us. If you think you say too much, watch the Henry Dinkins case. The prosecutor says all right, okay, so many times, like a ton. I catch myself saying it, and I do try to improve. A lot of strategy going into this. Here's what I don't want. I don't want to have him come back. First of all, the judge call everybody to order. Everyone stands for the jury to come in. They take a seat. And the first thing out of his mouth say, Your Honor, may we approach? I don't think that would be appropriate at this point. Never tried the spicy beans. Call it pop here in Canada instead of soda. I switch between the two. Okay, Kenny Peterson. One more testimony to the fact that spicy maple bourbon pickles will change your life. I heard you speak of said pickles during the DC manhunt. Went and grabbed a jar. I found them as you described. Very good. I don't endorse a lot of things, but those pickles are phenomenal. And they flew under the radar. It's like one of those little things that it has like one little row of pickles at the Walmart store. When I first found them, there was just one little row, and there was 2 jars up there. That was it. It was almost like it was just getting squeezed off the shelves, and it was just going to disappear forever. And so all of you going out and trying them and buying that has obviously shown that there's increased demand for pickles, and now there's 2 and sometimes 3 jars wide on the shelf reserved for these pickles. So I think we single-handedly are saving spicy maple bourbon pickles in this country. Silent letters are from Satan, says Ivan. They challenge those of us who try to pronounce everything wrong. The lights are still on in the courtroom. The live feed is going. This is a live feed we're watching. This is not a still image. I have my camera back, but it still has the overlay. But look, 97%. Let me see if I can turn off the overlay. So far, so good. Now we don't know when it's going to die. It'll just die at some random moment when the battery goes dead. Are the jurors taking notes? Chris, I don't know if she allows the jurors to take notes in her courtroom. That's a great question. This is the first trial we've watched in Judge Boyd's courtroom. We watch a lot of her daily docket stuff when we do some court hopping. She ain't coming back. She's had enough. She's out of here. Let's see what's our super source look like. I could watch. We can watch multiple things at once here. Just 1 second. Let's do a little 2-box. Box 1 is 4. Box 2 is 2. What's the background? Background's bad. As soon as I get the setup, they're going to return. But there we go. There we go. So we're watching court as well. But you have something to see. Court feed is not frozen. It is plain. I'll eat my salad. The salad will be eaten. But I'm probably going to start a meeting here. Czar is a good silent letter word too. Yes, it is. The lights are on, but you're not home. Your mind is not your own. I'm trying to remember who sings that. She likes to think she's immune to the stuff. Oh, yeah. Addicted to Love. Who sings Addicted to Love? Judy? That was a good song, too. Okay, so wrong answers only. What songs best describe the situation we're in at the courthouse here in Texas? I guess right answers would work as well. Just let's just describe the situation in a song. We'll see who has the best answer. So Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. That sounds right. Case Carpetta, Billy Idol, Robert Palmer. I think Robert Palmer is right. This is the song that never ends, says Ayden. Turn out the lights. I get, when you guys answer, I get like a little insight into your playlist, which is a lot of fun. The Sound of Silence, an obvious one, says Adam. Little Simon and Garfunkel there. Welcome to the Jungle. Welcome to the Jungle. That's a song that I didn't understand what it meant for a long time. I dug my key into the slide of his pretty little souped up 4-wheel drive. I forgot what it's called. Maybe this time he'll think before he cheats. I don't remember what that's called either. This chat is like Google. I love it, says Corn Dog. Guns N' Roses, Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd. That was good. Blinded by the Light, earlier from the projector. That was very timely there. Liar, liar, pants on fire. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille. That was awful. Sorry about that. Where do you go? Just a little patience. Sound of Silence has to be the Disturbed cover. I really enjoy some of the covers that Disturbed does. That is haunting. I think they may have actually done the cover better than the original. And I realize that might be sacrilege for some people, but it is so good. It's so good. Let's see. Before He Cheats, that's the song. Mana. My Young, I don't know that one. It wasn't me. It was Shaggy. It wasn't me. That's a good defense. That's almost always, DKK, that's almost a great song for almost any trial we watch. Patience. Hello by Adele. Why did Adele cross the road? So she could say hello from the other side. Before He Cheats, I don't think the judge dug out for night. I think she's gone. Basically, Ricky says she went home. Don't stand so close to me. Smooth Criminal, a little Michael Jackson. Rolling in Deep, another Adele reference. Carrie Underwood, Crazy Train, like going off the rails on a Crazy Train. Sorry, my typing's slightly off today. Maybe my glasses got less zoomed. Hello from the other side, Robert Palmer. Let's see, Cotton Eye Joe. Another one rides the bus from Weird Al instead of another one bites the dust. Where do you go, my lovely? Rudy, that one's not ringing a bell. I can't think of the tune right now. You guys have some great song suggestions. Hit me with your best shot. Hello, can you hear me? 10 Years Gone, Highway to Hell. I Will Survive. Best cover ever is Metallica, Turn the Page. Oh, that is a good one. Out here in the spotlight, a million miles away. I like the passion they put into that cover. It's funny. When I was a kid, I got the Apocalyptica album, which is, I believe, like 4 guys playing cellos, and they play Metallica songs. So Metallica is heavy rock, and classic at the same time. And Apocalyptica playing Metallica on 4 cellos was just, it was amazing. And I let my mom listen to it, and she loves it. She's not a big fan of Metallica. So I'm like, yeah, this is Metallica's song, played on cellos. Hello, Winds, says Katrina Hetherington. Another one bites the dust. Just don't know what to do with myself. Waltz Across Texas. Home Free does covers, and they're all vocal. Acapella covers. That's hard. That takes serious talent. Mana Mana, the Muppets. Rascals, Misunderstood. Time's on Your Side from the Stones. Oh man, I'm way behind. Disturbed has the best sound of silence. I can't click on everything. Here Come the Judge. What about isn't there like a Here Comes the Rooster song? Who sings that one? A version of Whiskey in the Jar. Such a good song. Such a good song, Whiskey in the Jar. Why am I singing these out loud as you read them? Carrie, we're all pretty much doing karaoke here as we hear a song title and it triggers in our head. We've got Chuck Berry in there, Tone Deaf by Eminem, Smooth Criminal, Long Train Running, In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins. Roy Penn says, I have that album, Recovery Addict. Smooth Criminal, Michael Jackson, Cyndi Lauper, Bohemian Rhapsody. Maybe somebody stole the judge's purse and she's hunting it down. I pity the fool. Let me say that. I pity the fool that steals the judge's purse. Sewing Mama. Yes, chat is so creative here. This community is just a blast. And I've seen the full range. I mean, we've got everything from Eminem to Cyndi Lauper and everything in between. Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. Is that AC/DC? Who sings Dirty Deeds? Bad Leroy Brown. I Shot the Sheriff. The Rooster is Alice in Chains. Yes, it is. AIC. All by myself. Don't want to be all by myself. We're all by ourselves here in the courtroom. Margaritaville. Rest in peace, Jimmy Buffett. AC/DC, I had to look it up. Court's out for summer. I see the twist there. School's out for summer. Living in America. Disturbia. Law and Order theme song, Creep, Dark Side of the Courtroom, Goodbye Earl from Dixie Chicks, Oceanfront Property, got some oceanfront property in Arizona, Hotel California. You guys are just naming awesome songs now. Money, Man on the Run, Homeward Bound. She promised the jury. She says, I'm keeping my promise. We're going to get you out of here, and we're on the same schedule. It's karaoke court. It's like a kangaroo court, only better. Alice in Chains sings Rooster. 8675309. Yes. The Dead South. Oh my goodness, PBC. If you guys haven't listened to the Dead South, this is one you want to watch as well, because these guys are a hoot. In Hell I'll Be in Good Company is these guys have great harmonies, good catchy tunes, and they're just fun to listen to. But this is one I highly recommend you guys listen to. It gives you what's the song from the theme song from Oh Brother Where Art Thou? It has that sort of feel to it, right? Like the little bit of redneck, a little bit of twang, country style, but them wearing suits and everything. The video's done well as well. I love music, by the way. I listen to a wide range of music. I don't have the best memory for everything. Bandit on a Bullet Hole, is that's pretty heavy, isn't it, Donna? Am I thinking of the right thing? That's like some pretty hard stuff. Hurt, Johnny Cash version. Or let's see, Johnny Cash, that was his voice. Oh my goodness. It is so expressive as he's singing this. Just you can hear the scars in his voice. Just, oh wow. Yeah, that's an interesting one. And the simplicity of it gives me the chills. I like it. What's this case about? We forgot. We're talking about music right now. Oh, man. Dead South are brilliant. A second vote for them. Dead South are amazing, says Red Pen. I'm a huge Dave Matthews fan. Absolutely love them. I'm a big fan of both how he incorporates in sort of like world beat type music, stuff that's non-standard. The rhythms and everything are very different, as well as singing styles. Everything from he's got like you never know what's going to come next, and the way he meshes it all together, it works so well. And then learning a little bit about the bands and how they really don't believe in practicing. They just get up and perform, and sometimes they hit the notes, and sometimes the notes break, and they just give it everything they can. So this case, Cheryl, great question. We have to actually address the elephant in the room. This case is about murder. The defendant, Mr. Harris, is accused of shooting what they call the complainant in this court, but the victim, after there was some verbal altercation where the victim approached the defendant. We don't know how many times. The defendant says several times at several different bus stations, saying stuff to him about "don't call me" or "stop texting me" or "leave me alone" type thing. But he approached and displayed a firearm. Like the victim displayed a firearm, didn't point it at the defendant, but displayed it. Then you have the defendant displayed a firearm as well, and the victim put his firearm away and turned and walked away. And the defendant pulling his firearm may have actually happened after the victim turned and started walking away. And then the defendant runs after him and shoots like 15 times, with the final shot being in the head while he's on the ground. And this was all witnessed by witnesses who, in broad daylight on the street, the bus stop. It was caught on camera. And now we have the defense saying, not guilty and have a jury trial. So it's a little crazy. At the very beginning, we thought it was just a waste of the jury's time, but the defense has been, in spite of being very slow in how they say anything, defense has been very effective in attacking pieces of evidence and getting things excluded, like the medical examiner's report, which usually isn't evidence in and of itself, but it's usually the contents are testified to in court. But this time it was not. So we need somebody to come up and actually sing for us. Downward Spiral by Nin. Don't Stop Believing. Sorry, we just jumped right back into the music because they're still going. A little discoup. Beach Boys. Who Can It Be Now? Men at Work. That's a good Paranoia song. I think we've been forgotten, says Lisa. Yes, but we're having fun here on our own. Imperial March, the Star Wars song. It's been a hard day's night. Let's see. I Can't Get No Satisfaction. Love on a Two-Way Street by Stacy. I don't know this one, Grace. I would Google it right now, but if it plays in the background, it zings me from YouTube. I get kapooted or yeeted out the door. George Strait might be my favorite overall artist, but I'm 29, was raised on old school country. I was there was a time when I really liked Garth Brooks. I learned a lot of his songs on guitar. Garth Brooks has zero dancing bones in his body, which I can relate to. I'm not a dancer. I don't have rhythm when it comes to dancing at all. And Garth Brooks is like the poster child for not being able to dance. But he was a great performer and great singer. He actually wanted to be a rock star when he started, but just didn't have the voice for it. Sang country instead. Love all these songs. They are good. I'm skipping some. I missed some. Basket Case by Green Day. The Night the Lights Went Out in Texas. The Night That Hung an Innocent Man. Don't Trust Your Soul to No Backwoods Southern Lawyer. Morgan Wallen's in my city tonight. Morgan Wallen, awesome, Cheryl. I tell you, nothing like a good outdoor concert where you can like go to a park and hear the music floating over. I was in London, and I can't remember who it was. I'm trying to remember the band. I don't think it was Green Day. It might have been Green Day. I don't know. Somebody came to Wembley Stadium, and I was just down the road, and so we just opened the windows in the apartment, and we heard the whole concert like we were right there. It was so loud. Man of Constant Sorrow. Yes, that's the song from Oh Brother Where Art Thou. I think of that when I think of Dead South. Who Let the Dogs Out? Wanted Dead or Alive by Bon Jovi. Some Patsy Cline in here. Blame Canada from South Park. Red Pen. Why are you blaming Canada? You're going to start a fight in here. A little Slipknot. Wow, we're getting into some wide variety. Garth's still a great show. Working on a Full House. I love songs about cards. I wrote a song about cards. One day I will tune up my guitar and I'll sing to you, but it will not be today, just for the record. Good songs. Getting weird sounds again. Trace Atkins, Promises. Madman from the Beatles, Deep in the Heart of Texas. Living on Prayer, Bon Jovi. Dodie says, can't stand the hard rock music. Dodie, you just haven't heard the right song yet. We'll convert you. We'll break you in slowly. But there's some good stuff. We may have to call the Bexar County Courthouse, make sure that everything is still copacetic down there. How's that? Is that a good word? Used properly, pronounced right? Red Pen. Changed my ringtone from Amarillo by morning to Don't Stop Believing, and my cats are scared. I had a song. I put a song on my ringtone. It's Just Another Way to Die, which is actually a song I think about the environment, but it was it's a hard one. It's just another way to die. It's a very hard song. I had that as my ringtone for ages, and then I got asked to do something at church that put me in meetings fairly often, church meetings, and my phone rang once, and that was the last time I used that ringtone because it was loud, and that was end. It's like, okay, so maybe that wasn't appropriate. Is your mouse ergonomic? No, it is not. I wish it was. It is. This is the free mouse that comes with like. Hang on. This might be. I might have stolen this mouse. Now that I'm looking at it, it says HP on it, and the only HP computer I've ever had was a government issued computer. Nurglerot, don't out me on this one, but I think this was property of the federal government at one time. And it's the cheap mouse. Thief. Busted right here. Little Garth Brooks. Friends in Low Places. RA and the Stolen Mouse. It's I know that I was when I sent my computer back to the government, they told me not to send the mouse, but I didn't know I still had it. But it was planted for security reasons. I just admitted to a crime. Hey, I ran a red light on a live stream the other day with my live view going in the car. I ran a red light. It's happened. I am not perfect. I don't admit to being perfect. I don't proclaim that I'm perfect. I just try not to make the same mistake twice. You should have asked for a lawyer. Maybe the fact that I wasn't read my rights means that this confession can't be used against me. It's yours. Don't worry about it. It may be. I may have got this from a. This is an old mouse. I may have gotten it from like a garage sale or something as well. We know some good lawyers if you need one. I'm going to need to call Matthew and Nicole and see if I can get my defense worked up. My car has a smoke problem with the back tires occasionally. Not sure why. My tires get cold as well, and there's only one way to warm them up. Light them up. Okay, so what do we do here? It's 7. I've got 22 minutes before my meeting. Judge is not here. Debbie fell asleep. Debbie, you didn't miss anything. We've been in break this whole time. Yeah, no mouse. I do I've used ergonomic mice before. I had one, I don't know if it's Logitech, but years ago, back when I was still on PCs before I switched to Mac. Oh, those were the days, back when you could afford a new computer when you needed one. But I had a nice ergonomic trackball, that was just beautiful. And aside from the idea that you're moving the trackball in weird ways, and the mental process of changing from a mouse to a trackball, I loved it. It was even good for gaming. Bug Dugger, thanks for gifted a membership. Break up the monotony as we talk about all the music we can't listen to on YouTube. Where's Amber? She always makes the court phone calls. Amber I talked to her just the other day. She actually texted me when the 9 broke out, but I think she's got some things busy in her life right now that's keeping her busy, and that is great. She needs to address those first and make sure she takes care of her. So, Bug Dugger gifted a membership. I went to Sis. Congratulations, Sis. The Last Farewell by Roger Whittaker. Rest in peace. Ricky, thanks for stopping in. Go give the horses a pat down for us, and I give them some good hay. Trackballs are great. I like them. Hotel California, you can never leave. The Eagles, you can't go wrong with the Eagles. Sarah Smile. Been lurking and smirking at chat for 3 hours, having breakfast, 7 a.m. in Oz. Want to swap a jar of those pickles for a jar of Vegemite. Loving the family chat. Gadewa. W-A. Good day, W-A, I think I was supposed to say. I've tried Vegemite. I had that over in England, but I never really got into it. I ate it on toast. I did everything right, like you're supposed to, but it just didn't. It didn't resonate with me. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't one of the things. Like, oh, we need to try that some more. We'll have to figure out a way to get spicy maple bourbon pickles shipped internationally, though. We can do this, Minnesota Nice. This is probably a great idea, Minnesota Nice. Probably the best idea we've had all evening. It is late for most of us, and most of us have plans, things to do in the evening. I know I've got a meeting I've got to prepare for in about 18 minutes. Maybe we can save this till tomorrow. That would give us something to watch tomorrow before court starts, because court's not going to start right away. We're going to have like half day, and then the afternoon, I think the trials can start with the closing statements. Does their Zoom conference have a chat associated with it? Patricia, it may. They're using Zoom to stream to YouTube. So the judge has her own YouTube channel which she streams to, and we're using that feed. But Bexar County Courthouse is wide open to the press. Literally anybody can show up with a camera, walk into court and set it up and film stuff. And as long as you're not like showing the pictures of the jury, you pretty much can get away with it. They're just, I've never seen a county in the United States that is so media friendly as Bexar County is. Yeah, Judge Manning's Zoom has a chat in it. She does not like us to use any of her material though. She thinks she has subject matter jurisdiction. I don't want to be the one that challenges that, but we'll see. 5 o'clock somewhere. That's a good one. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. If I play this music, it means that they're going to come back from court as soon as I start it. So what we want to do, we've waited this long. Let's save this. Whatever's going to happen here, we're going to save till tomorrow morning, and then after that, we're going to pick up with whatever happens next. We anticipate that tomorrow at some point, whether it's afternoon when they start the court or whether she starts the jury trial in the morning. I don't know if I think she has a docket still in the morning. We anticipate we'll be in verdict watch tomorrow, and this will be wrapped up pretty quickly. So that gives us two things. It gives us a verdict to look forward to, as well as we have to start looking for a new case to see what's out there. So if there's a case that has just started that you guys think would be a great one to watch, send me a brief synopsis or a link to it on the burner phone. I've got the hiccups. I'm thinking about food. So I'm going to eat a little bit before my meeting starts in just a couple minutes. Judge Boyd won the bet. She did. Oh, yeah. But we're going to come back. We're going to pick up right here. We'll pause where we are. Let's look at whose job is it to look at what time it is? Let's see. On the clock, we are at, well, it's hard to say. We're at the current time because it's still live. But we're at now. We're at now's time. So we need to figure out where that is. But anyway, we're going to pick up where we left off. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again, which will be tomorrow morning. It's going to be fantastic. We're going to find out how today ended at the Alamo. The F-35 was found. We can rest easy tonight. The plane was found. It's good. You guys have a great night. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. See ya.
He's the guy.
I knew it. Look at this. I told you if I did this, they would pop back into court, and they did. So who left? Who fell for this?
Mm-hmm.
Has a form
Yeah.
that he says that
I tricked her out.
was never adjudicated or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Will the court allow me to get into that?
We're all still.
I mean, you can question the gun shop owner about what is on the form because he's coming in as a custodian of records. You can question him about that.
Okay, we lost.
And I'm sorry, State, you can come forward.
We lost 100 people. Wow, that is a really good close-up of this guy's tie, his lanyard, pen in his pocket. The gun shop owner, Auntie Kennedy. I was waiting. I'm like, I know she's going to go live as soon as I hit this off button. So I waited.
No, I'm not going to jump.
Okay, let's. Defense, you want to put your witness up here?
Yes.
Defense has not given a statement. Okay, so how do I do this? I've got to join my meeting, but don't want to miss.
All right, sir. If you'll take a seat
let's
here.
do this tomorrow. Can we do this tomorrow? I know.
Thank you for coming down.
My pleasure, ma'am.
All right.
Your Honor, I apologize.
Oh, no problem. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, we waited this long. Tomorrow, I have to be in a meeting. I'm going to miss it. It's the only thing. Do it tomorrow. Okay. At least I've teased you guys. We're going to pick this up tomorrow. I know some of you are going to watch this. If you want to watch it on this, it's fine if you have to watch ahead. Google on YouTube, search
All right,
Judge
everyone,
Stephanie
please be
Boyd,
seated.
and that's her channel.
All right, defense, call your witness.
Tomorrow's fine. Boo, says Ivan. I do need a break. I
All right,
apologize.
sir, would you state your name, please?
Okay, we're going to pause where we're at right there. All right, it's paused. We're going to do this. Thank you, guys. Have a great night. I'm sorry. Stephanie Boyd on YouTube. This is what we recommend right here. If you absolutely have to see it tonight, and then we're going to watch that tomorrow as well. But I'm sorry. That was awful of me. That was so mean. You guys waited so patiently, but we're going to wrap it up here so that I can stay with the case and not have to watch it again, because that would be painful. I don't have to watch this lawyer more times than
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Yeah, that's it. All right. No outro music. Be good to each other. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.